I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Lincoln-Lancaster County Planning Commission of October 13th, 2021. A printed agenda is available outside the hearing room, and a copy of the full agenda, including the staff reports, is available at the front of the chambers with the clerk. The Open Meetings Act is posted just inside the doors at the back of the room. If you are here to speak on proposed County Text Amendment 21009 relating to solar energy regulations, please note this is the last item on today's agenda. The hearing on this agenda will not begin prior to 2 p.m. There is a sign-up sheet located just outside the chambers, and testimony will be taken from individuals in the order they signed in based on position. If you wish to speak on this item and have not signed in, please do so at this time. Please note the Planning Commission will be allowing testimony on agenda items by video conferencing for those individuals who pre-registered. If you parked in the parking garage across the street to the north, the gate is open and no parking coupons are needed. Out of courtesy for those attending this meeting, commissioners and the staff, cellular phone usage is not permitted in these chambers during any portion of this meeting. We appreciate your cooperation. The Planning Commission action today is final on the following agenda items. 1.1D, Preliminary Plat 21004. 1.4, Special Permit 11013C. And 1.5, Special Permit 21035. Any aggrieved person may appeal final action of the Planning Commission to the City Council or the County Board by filing a notice of appeal with the clerk within 14 days following the action of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission action on all other items is a recommendation to the City Council or County Board. The first item of business is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting held September 29th, 2021.
Move to approve, Campbell.
Second, Joy.
Jerry?
Okay. Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
The next item of business is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda will be called at the same time and will not be scheduled for a separate public hearing unless there is a request from someone wishing to speak or at the request of a commission member. I will ask Jerry to read all of the consent agenda items into the record. Once these items are read, she will ask if there is anyone wishing to speak. If you wish to speak on an item on the consent agenda, we would ask that you stand and state that item. That item will then be removed from the consent agenda and scheduled as a separate public hearing under Section 3 of today's agenda. All items remaining on the consent agenda will be voted upon in total with a motion for approval. Jerry, please call the items on the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. Before I do that, I do have a couple of things I need to share. On agenda item 1.5, Special Permit 21035, that item is being removed from the consent agenda and scheduled for public hearing as item 3.1. Also, I need to note that Commissioner Joy has declared a conflict of interest on agenda items 1.1A, B, C, and D. They're associated items. However, she will be voting on these items today in order to obtain the required 5 affirmative votes to move these items forward. And this is allowed by Planning Commission bylaws. And then I also want to note that Commissioner Scheer, who is not present at today's hearing, has declared a conflict of interest on agenda item 1.2, changes zone 05054F. First item, or consent agenda item, is item 1.1A is Comprehensive Plan Conformance 210202, review as to conformance with the 2040 Lincoln-Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, an amendment to the North 56th Street and Arbor Road Redevelopment Plan to identify the Central Lumber Sales Redevelopment Project to include construction of a 122,500 square foot distribution facility on property generally located at North 62nd Street and Arbor Road. The associated annexation 21006 to annex approximately 16.78 acres. And The change of zone 21042 from AG Agricultural District to I1 Industrial District. And then finally, the associated preliminary plat 21004 for a preliminary plat consisting of one lot. All of these are on property generally located at North 66th Street and Arbor Road. I will note that the Planning Commission action on the preliminary plat is final unless appealed to the City Council within 14 days. Item 1.2 is change of zone 05044F for an amendment to the Prairie Village North Planned Unit Development for approval of a revised development plan which proposes modifications to the zoning ordinance and land subdivision ordinance for single-family detached and attached lots north and south of Adams Street on property generally located at North 84th and Adams Street. And you were provided a staff memo dated October 12th identifying revisions to the conditions of approval as agreed upon by staff and the applicant. Item 1.3 is change the zone 21040 from R4 Residential District to R3 Residential District on property generally located at North 104th Street and Shorefront Drive. Item 1.4 is special permit 11013C to allow for soil excavation on property generally located at Northwest 63rd and West O Street. Again, this is final action on this item unless appealed to the City Council within 14 days. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these items?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of these sites?
No on that as well.
Okay. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on any of these consent agenda items that I just read into the record? If so, please stand and state that item.
If not, I will entertain a motion.
I would move that we approve the consent agenda. Campbell?
Second, Joy.
Jerry?
Okay. Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Great. There are no requests for deferral, so we will now proceed to public hearing. Prior to staff making a brief presentation, each staff person should state their name, agency, and address. The applicant will then be requested to present his or her testimony, followed by those who wish to testify in support, followed by those who wish to testify in opposition. The staff will then be given an opportunity to respond to the testimony, and the applicant shall have an opportunity for rebuttal. Each person testifying should state their name and address and shall have 5 minutes to speak, unless additional time is requested and granted. The timer will go off after 4 minutes. The clerk will then indicate you have 1 minute remaining to wrap up your testimony. Once the final minute has lapsed, the clerk will indicate that your time is up. If, during your testimony, you have copies of documents or materials you would like distributed to the Planning Commission members and/or included as part of the record, please provide them to the clerk. The Planning Commission will vote immediately at the close of the public hearing, unless the Commission votes to defer action or continue the public hearing. Jerry, please call the first public hearing item.
Okay, item 3.1 is special permit 21035 to allow for a residential healthcare facility for up to 32 residents on property generally located at 3248 Star Street. This is final action on this item unless appealed to the City Council within 14 days. Staff recommendation is conditional approval. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting this site?
No. Brian?
Good afternoon, Brian Will, Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street in Lincoln. And so the property that we're talking about is highlighted here. This is 3248 Star Street. This is Holdridge, just one block north, 32nd Street. 33rd Street would be just off the eastern edge of the aerial here, Star Street. This is a special permit for a residential healthcare facility for up to 32 residents and 27 employees. The request comes from Broad Step Behavioral Health, which is the national care provider for both adolescents and adults. This facility, however, only cares for youth, all of whom will eat, sleep, recreate, and be educated on the premises. The facility we're talking about here is a former fraternity. Note, we're just a little ways west of East Campus. And so they're proposing to reuse the facility pretty much as it exists. The site plan that has been provided, so I've highlighted in green here the outline, the footprint of the building itself. There's really no external changes to that footprint that we're aware of that have been talked about. The parking is to the north, which is to the rear, and which is adjacent to an alley. The required number of stalls are shown on the site plan as being provided. They will have to pave some additional area. It's not all paved back there currently. I think that's what they're indicating here by this dark shading. Additionally, it is a condition in the recommendation at this point now that the adjacent alley from this point, which would be essentially the eastern edge of the property, back to 32nd Street, be paved to accommodate what's anticipated, perhaps increased traffic, but to support the traffic that is going to be parking to the rear. With that, the other conditions of approval, staff is recommending conditional approval of this application. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
My understanding that one of the reasons this was taken off of consent is so that the neighborhood association and the neighbors could have more communication with the applicant.
Yeah, I think if you give the applicant a chance to address that, they had an open house yesterday. There was an online virtual meeting last night. I'm not going to characterize either one, but I did attend the online virtual meeting, and there weren't really many questions. The alley and paving essentially were the only issues raised. So, but I'm sure the applicant can address that.
Great, thank you. Anything else for Brian? Great. Testimony from the applicant.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. So yes, we are Broad Step Behavior. Oh,
You need your name and
oh,
address.
sorry.
That's all right.
I'm Isabella Paredes with Broad Step Behavioral Health. My address?
Yes.
5820 Elk Crest Drive, Lincoln, Nebraska 68516.
Thank you.
Yes. So yes, we are Broad Step Behavioral Health. We currently have 2 other facilities here in Lincoln, one on Elk Crest Drive, which is South Lincoln, and one North Lincoln on Pleasant View. We house individuals with mental illness, disabilities, and co-occurring disabilities. We currently are housing adults, so 19 and above. We are really looking forward to opening a PRTF, which is on Star Street, to house youth and adolescents with mental illness, substance abuse, and other behavioral issues. We are hoping to have 32 individuals, like stated in the form, and yes.
Yeah. If you wanted to address a little bit the conversations you've had in the neighborhood?
Yes, so we did last Friday. We posted around the neighborhood some flyers for our virtual meet and greet and our Q&A session. And then yesterday, my colleagues and I, we did walk the streets in front, on the sides, and behind passing out flyers, knocking on doors to answer any questions that any neighbors might have. And we did facilitate a meet and greet and Q&A session yesterday at the location where some concerns of the parking, some neighbors have stated that it's uneven ground, 2 cars can't travel behind, so we're trying to figure out how we can situate that. And then yesterday evening around 6 p.m. we did hold a virtual meet and greet where we did meet some people from the Housing Association and just opened it up for a dialogue. Any questions that came up. No new questions were asked yesterday evening, and that took about maybe like 35 minutes yesterday evening.
And it's my understanding that you're still in the process of the licensing process?
Correct.
For the facility?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So this is kind of a different, a separate but necessary process in order to go forward with the facility.
Correct. Yes. We can't do those processes until we have the facility created to work with the Department of Human and Health Services.
Great. Questions?
We had one letter that we received from a citizen that asked several different questions in his letter. Can you, I know you would have gotten a copy of that letter also. Can you address some of those questions that he asked?
I unfortunately did not receive a letter. I'm not too sure what questions are on that, but I could definitely address them.
I will try and pull that one up here for you. If somebody else has another question, go ahead while I'm pulling
I've
it up.
got one for you. How long do you think it'll take to go through that licensing process through the state that you need to?
I am unsure of that. I know for our house on Elcrest, it took a couple months. Oh, thank you.
Do you have it there, Jerry?
Thanks,
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Am I allowed to assist in answering some of these questions?
Absolutely. It looks like basically Mr. Reeves' questions were related to a little bit more about the process.
Give us your name and address first.
Yes. Michelle Young. And I'm from Rockford, Illinois, so it's 1708 MacArthur Drive, Rockford, Illinois.
What was the name of the street?
MacArthur, MacArthur Drive.
Thank
That's
you.
Rockford, Illinois, 61108. Okay, so
So it looks like his questions were more about, the placements, how they work, what the staffing looks like, those types of things.
yeah, and we did go, actually, Mr. Reeves did attend both in person and virtual, thank you very much, and ask these questions. But yes, staffing wise.
Right, that was the next question I was going to ask.
Yes. Staffing wise, the base ratio of staff will be 1 direct care professional to 4 youth. And then there will be therapists, nurses, and some administrative staff supporting that work there.
How many are on shift, like over the night or during parts of the day?
We were looking at probably once we get up to these 32 individuals, there's probably going to be about 27 when we've got everybody on shift or the fullest staffing. Third shift, it really would be, probably 1 nurse plus the 1 staff per 4 individuals, and maybe a lead or something like that. So it would be fewer in the overnight, more during daytime when the individuals would be more active, of course.
But roughly how many would be there staying overnight? Is there a permanent person that stays there?
Do you mean like
The 4 to 1.
yeah, for every 4 youth there would be 1 staff. So if you get up to the 32, what is that? Sorry, my math skills. 8, yeah. Blah. Forgive me.
Plus a nurse.
Plus a nurse. Yeah.
So, but is there a resident living, a staff
No, there is not a
resident?
person, the only people who live there are the individuals. The staff would come and go at shift change.
Got it, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Next, we'll take any testimony in support. Yes.
Hello, I am Bob Reeves. I'm the one that wrote that letter.
Wonderful.
Our main.
Share your address with us, Mr. Reeves.
Sorry, 3236 Dudley Street, and I'm here first representing Clinton Neighborhood Organization, but then I want to say some things on my own. We, as a neighborhood organization, knew nothing about this until we heard about it when I got a letter through the mail, which was merely the hearing agenda. That was because I'm on a list to get planning commission agendas. I don't remember ever getting anything. I only live a block away. Nothing was ever brought to our door. So that, and I have talked to some other residents who are only a block away, and they told me this morning they had not still received anything on their door. But that's not a huge issue. The big issue for the neighborhood organization is that we only got the planning staff report on Friday. We had never heard about the project up till then. We shared what little information we had at that point with our members, and they all felt that we should ask you to delay action so that our board would have more time to digest all this. We would like to take a position on it, but we can't do it in the time frame. It's just partly the logistics of getting our whole board together. Most of them have not been informed about this yet. So if this gets approved, then I'll have to go back to my board and say, this is what's happening, and I'm sorry you didn't have a chance as other board members to have any input on it. You know, so that's my main argument there. I was very happy that they did have the time for us to learn something yesterday, and there were very few of us there. We tried to get the word out to some other people to come, but it just didn't work out. So I don't think the fact that there weren't more people there should be the only issue. I think that there probably are people. I did get an email this morning from a person who is extremely concerned about this. I don't know that I want to repeat all the things she said, because part of it is she's highly critical of some other agencies in town, and I'm not sure that's what we really want to be emphasizing here. I was just concerned about this project itself. But one of the big concerns is we know these are going to be behaviorally impaired people, and we think that they have probably very good programs around the country, but we want to just be sure that we're being assured of that the security measures are being taken. We, and my wife Mary Lou is here too, but we've lived in the neighborhood for 40 years. We've always felt the ag men were good neighbors. But we've been concerned since they quit using the house because it really is falling into disrepair, and we really would like to see something happen to it. And so this sounds like it could be a very good thing. We just wanted more reassurances of how it was going to be run and how what would be being done to help protect the neighborhood from any possible disturbances and so on that might be caused. We ask a lot of our questions, and I think I got a lot of good answers, but I still have a lot of other questions. What I'd really love to do is go to some other state where they have a similar place and see how it's run. But there's no way to do that. So we really don't know exactly what's happening here. They are aware of our concerns about security. I think they will make a good effort to keep the building secure, but one of our biggest concerns is that, and they told us themselves, that all of their facilities have very high turnover. And in the current employment market, it's going to be even harder to keep people working there. The training is all in-house through, is all on-the-job training using a computerized training system, as I understand it. They don't go away for weeks or months of training. The wage scale is fairly minimal wage, beginning wage, and so I just know they're going to have tremendous turnover there. And that's fine too, but we have to know that the management is going to be able to
1 minute, please.
keep them all trained well to do that. I'm sorry I'm running out of time because I have another totally issue that's totally personal. That if I could just say a little about that, it's a different thing. Our views on that alley. We really think it's good to pave the parking lot. We really think it's a wonderful idea to pave the alley as well, at least from my perspective it is. I don't know what the rest of the board would think. But the condition says from the east edge of the parking lot to 33rd Street. That alley's in very bad shape now, but as you go towards 33rd, it goes downhill. That's the worst part of the alley on this 33rd side. It erodes all the time, but it's very, very heavily used already because there's so many apartment buildings on that block, all with alley access. This is going to increase it. My recommendation would be to require the whole alley to be paved. And I even would think it would be good to make the alley a one-way street with one-way signs so that people would all go one direction because it's such a narrow alley. And maybe even put a speed bump in there. So that's really my personal recommendation, and I would urge you to consider that. But as you may have seen in our letter, and there should have been a letter from our president, Lorna Parks. We really would like you to delay action, even if it's just till your next meeting, so that we would have time to get together as a neighborhood group and take a position on this. We think it's going to have a big impact on our residents, and we would just like the opportunity to do that.
So, Mr. Reeves, the Neighborhood Association's official position is that you would still prefer, even with the information you received yesterday, you would prefer the 2-week deferral in order to gather and gain more information.
I would certainly prefer that to gain more information. Well, and it's not just to gain more information. Only 2 or 3 of us really have all this information. We haven't had an opportunity to impart it to people. I mean, we got most of the information yesterday, and now here we are. And they work. They're people in different places. I would like to be able to communicate with all the other board members so
Sure.
we can take action as a board.
In your opinion, is 2 weeks sufficient
Oh,
to?
yes, I think 2 weeks would be fine.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Reeves?
I think you indicated you got all of your letters, the questions in the letters got answered to your satisfaction?
We certainly got them answered. I would say they gave reasonable answers. Maybe not in as much detail as I would like, but we did get most of the questions were covered, and it did alleviate some of my concerns, but I would like to share that with the board.
Sure. Understood. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves.
Do you have any particular security measures in mind?
I mentioned to them having some kind of lights, and they said, well, it's problematic to put lights on the outside of the building. But if they have people in there that may have even had drug problems, although they're talking about having another addiction center in Bellevue, but if they had young people in there that have drug problems, we have lots of dark areas around the neighborhood already where we're concerned that drug activity may be occurring. Well, if this is a dark parking lot with all these kids in there, I mean, they say they're going to keep the doors very secure. They're going to have someone watching the doors. They're going to have someone watching every 4 clients. So it sounds like it's going to be a very tight operation. But still, if they had some way so that if anyone came up in the parking lot, a light would come on it might discourage drugs. So that'd be one recommendation I'd have.
You.
Thank you. Other testimony and support? Please come up.
Hello, I'm Steve Hutchinson, 1130 Plum Street, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68502. So, and the reason I'm here is my mother lives across the alley from this site, and she's had a long-term relationship with the ag man. And in fact, we saw a letter out there, a thank you for inviting her to Thanksgiving there. So, at any rate, so went to the meet and greet yesterday. They answered lots of questions. It was going to be an hour and a half. It went 2.5, almost 3 hours. So they were willing to share information, walk through. I had lots of questions, and some of them were difficult questions, and they answered those questions. And for me, you know, when you have see, in case she sees this, an elderly mother who lives across the alley, you know, you're interested in what's going on the other side of the alley. It seems like Nebraska, Lincoln, and the county needs a facility like this. One of the people that was talking said that there was someone in his family that had spent 11 years out state because there was no facility like this. We just didn't have it. And so to have the support of the family is important too, so this would make that possible. They're not reinventing the wheel here. They have a number of facilities in a number of states. They've done this before. And it seems like for security, since he was just talking about that, they talked about cameras. They talked about staff. It seems like there's good oversight. There won't be bars on the windows. It won't look like a prison or anything like that. Some of the other facilities they had, they'd gone looking to see what they were like, and they didn't stand out in the community. They kind of melted into the community, which was kind of the idea, it sounds like, to reintroduce these people into their community, into our community. Let's see. Also, Broad Step seems like they're willing to invest not only in the program, but in the property. You've got a 20,000 square foot building there that's kind of evolved over the years. It could be a lot of things. And this seems like a good use for that property. There's a lot of things that could have a bigger impact on that neighborhood, not necessarily in a positive way. So, let's see. One other thing, he mentioned the alley. I feel kind of funny focusing on the alley when there's bigger issues, but I know when I back out of Mom's driveway, cars just come, even with potholes, you know, those are kind of natural speed bumps, but they are moving fast down there. And if there was a speed bump, it would slow them down. And Don, the architect, said, well, you have to be able to move water through there. You know, you can't have a dam. And Brent Edgerton had a good idea. He said, put it on half the deal, so water can still pass through, but it'll slow cars down. So, and I forget, I think you mentioned it had to be by executive order to put a speed bump in or something, but whatever, yeah, you make a note of that, because that'd be really important, because there's a lot of apartments and things there, a lot of traffic. Okay, I think that hits everything I wanted, unless you had a question for me. But.
Any questions?
So right now, part of the alley is paved.
No, it's gravel.
Oh, it's all
and
gravel.
ruts, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And he was talking, he accidentally said 33rd Street to the east side. He meant the east side of their property to 32nd Street is what they're talking about paving.
Okay, thank you.
And they're taking out, there's a curb there that's been yes, every time anybody backs out anywhere, they hit this lip of a curb, they're going to take that out. So that'll be, the neighbors will love that, that'll be gone.
Great.
So,
Thanks for coming up today.
all right, thanks.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other testimony and support? Is there neutral testimony? And testimony in opposition? Staff questions?
I have some.
Yeah, come on up, Brian.
I did have some questions on the alley. I was a little confused there. So, right, as the permit is applied for right now, we're going to require them to pave the alley from 32nd to their property?
Correct. The site plan shows, and the condition is stated such that from 32nd Street along the full extent of their property that it be paved.
But not past their property to 33rd Street.
No. The reason is I think it's difficult to find some nexus for paving the entire alley. Paving a portion of it, getting to paved street, yeah.
To follow up on that, Brian, if the alley was to be paved all the way, would it be assessment against the properties on both sides then?
Well, it's good that you ask. I have LTU here, and they can talk about the process of improving an alley and just how that process works, speed bumps, executive order, et cetera.
Fancy seeing you here, Bob.
Yeah, Bob Simmer, LTU. Yes, if they wanted to pave the rest of the alley, the property owners, as long as they had at least 51% of the frontage, petitioning for it could create an assessment district to pave the alley, the rest of the alley. And as far as we don't do speed bumps, we do speed humps, which are a little flatter and have less impact on the vehicle but still slow people down. We are not opposed to those in a situation like this. The alley would be built under an executive order, which requires a set of engineered plans showing the drainage and all the details, pavement structure, all those things. And that would get reviewed by our staff, by our traffic people, by our construction engineers before it was approved. And if they wanted to do speed humps, they could designate where those were in the alley. As they spoke about the drainage, in many cases they do an inverted crown so the water runs down the center of the alley, and in those cases they put a split in the speed hump so the water can pass. The speed humps don't have to be built into the pavement. They can be added on as features that are bolted to the pavement, so they do have some flexibility that way.
We also had a question about making the alley one-way. Can you speak to that?
A one-way sign on an alley would not do anything because the people typically don't recognize that as an enforceable issue. And of course, unless there's a police officer there, it doesn't happen. So I don't think it's practical. I guess it's maybe practical to put up the signs, but I don't think it's practical to enforce that.
Does the city ever pave alleys at taxpayer costs?
It may have happened somewhere, but it's not a
Policy?
It doesn't happen often.
Yeah, okay.
It usually happens because development is occurring and it becomes a condition of that.
Well, and then it's by an executive order and the developer pays for it. So, I mean, yes, it is the city, but it's driving it, but it is the developer paying for it.
Got it.
Any additional questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else for Brian?
I did have just one quick question, Brian. The when the security issues were mentioned, will this require, from a process standpoint, to go through building and safety for a permit?
Yeah, well, from what I understand, there's going to be some interior renovation. Any of that sort of thing would require building permits. I would also mention that, I think somebody asked a question, it also requires licensing by the state. I don't know what
okay.
all that entails, but that process is still in front of them as well.
Okay, so some of the exterior lighting will be addressed from a code standpoint that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would just mention, any exterior lighting, there are lighting design standards, so
Right.
it can't be creating a nuisance for other properties, but can certainly light this property.
Excellent, thank you. That was my question.
Dick?
Brian, I'm trying to remember how to word this now. In the case of the notification, it goes out, what, 300 feet normally?
Yeah, no, the requirement in the ordinance, which planning department does every zoning action like this, is within 200 feet of the boundary of the property. So, process is automated. So we've got a buffer that reaches out and grabs every property within 200 feet. That's who gets a notice from the planning department. Now, that's as opposed to, I think what was described here today, I think the applicant made an effort on their own to go out and reach the neighborhood. I can't make any claims as to that, but the city, that notification I described, is on virtually every zoning action that comes here.
But don't they notify neighborhood associations around it?
Yeah, there's not a requirement, though, to notify those, but
Okay.
those, we maintain a record in the planning department of those associations that provide us that information, and we send that information to them as well. That's a courtesy. That's not a requirement, but that's a courtesy that we send it to those entities.
So is there a reason Quentin didn't get notified when
I
they're-
don't know that they didn't. I don't know that they did. We would have to go back and check our.
According to my records, 4 individuals from the neighborhood were informed.
Okay,
Would that
So
have been
they
an
were on our
email?
Would have been an email.
They were on our notification.
That's what we
list.
have on file.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and just because they were abutting to each other, the one neighborhood's, they're actually wanting to be in that neighborhood.
One could be 201 feet away and
Right.
one is 180. One gets a notice. Yeah, I hear that a lot, and one doesn't. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long has it been since Agmen has been operating in the facility?
I don't know.
How long the building's been empty?
I don't have any idea.
It started in the 70s on that house.
I meant when they left.
Oh,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
was just thinking from a traffic standpoint, this facility will actually likely have less traffic than a
I mean, I would
fraternity
think
house.
so, because my understanding is, as a fraternity, they could accommodate upwards of 70 kids, 70
Yeah.
college kids. And, I mean, granted, it's not that far away from East Campus, but my guess is a lot of them still drove, but a lot of them probably had classes down on city campus as well. But yes, I would think a traffic analysis comparing these two uses, there's going to be a lot smaller chip generation for this use as compared to a fraternity.
Lorenzo?
Same question. I want to get perspective on the previous volume.
Yeah, it's because, I mean, the majority of the population here, as I understand it, won't be driving. So we're talking about employees and, a typical peak hour demand of when people come and go to work sort of thing.
And then the request of the neighborhood association with regard to a deferral, what's the staff position on that?
We're recommending approval.
Okay.
I mean, subject to our conditions, and I mean, we haven't, from our standpoint, we don't see a reason for delay. I mean, there have been opportunities to ask questions, even today. If there were still outstanding questions, I mean, the applicant and the representatives are all here. Those questions could be asked.
Sure. Okay.
I understand the meeting that the applicant had was late in the process, but still, there have been opportunities. But like I said, relative to the planning department's position, we're recommending approval and don't see any cause for delay.
Thank you. Anything else for Brian? Thank you. Applicant rebuttal, anything you want to address before we move forward?
I have some questions for him.
If someone could come up, please.
I'll state my name for you because I haven't been up here yet. Brent Edgerton, no relation as far as I know.
As far as I
Of the
know.
Carolina Edgertons. So I'm here representing, in an independent contractor capacity, Broad Step as the tenant, but also I represent the buyer of the property, which is the applicant. So in a consulting capacity. So any questions about the facility and the developer, I can answer. Issa's still here to answer operational and clinical questions.
Excellent.
A couple of things I heard that I can go ahead and speak to. The lighting, I think, with respect to Mr. Reeves, I think you misunderstood our answer on the lighting. There absolutely will be exterior lighting. We simply said what Brian said, which is we have to limit it so it's not a nuisance going into Steve's mother's living room. But there will be lighting in addition to cameras. That's one thing we heard. Also, Mr. Reeves addressed staffing ratios and turnover, I think in relevance to his concern about security of having enough oversight. That's an impossibility, quite frankly, because of the charters with the state agencies. You can't drop below those management oversight ratios. You simply can't. If you did, they would take children out of that facility to somewhere else. So that's impossible that it drops below that 4-to-1 direct worker ratio.
Questions?
So you'll have cameras externally?
Yes, and
Okay.
internally in all common areas. It is against statutes, ordinances, and code for privacy matters and others to have it in the sleeping areas. But keep in mind, these sleeping areas are going to be confined to very small, what we call pods of 4 people. And as we said, there'll be one management oversight person 24/7 of those sleeping areas from, outside the sleeping door. But other than that, there'll be cameras everywhere else, recreation areas, dining area, all of that, internally as well.
And so I know that you state these are going to be youth or adolescents, so some of them could be of driving age. Will
It is
you allow
against
them?
facility rules. I'm glad you brought that up. That is against facility rules to have a car on the premises if you're a constituent.
Okay.
So they can't tell them they can't drive, but they can tell them as a rule of admission and residency, they cannot have a car on the premises.
Okay. So you stated that you had 2 other locations in Lincoln. How long have they been operating?
Our one house on Elcrest Drive, our first admit was in March.
Of this year?
Yes. And then our second house, which is on Pleasant View, we're planning an opening for December 15th.
Okay. And so how would you, I'm kind of asking you to guess here, but your neighbors at the Elcrest location that's been open, have you had any complaints from them? How do they respond to your neighbor? Are you a good neighbor?
Yes, I personally have the phone number of our neighbor off of Elcrest Drive, and we have open communication. If there's any issues from our part or their part, we'll take care of it. I haven't had any other issues with any of the other neighbors in that court circle.
So just to that, how big is the facility? Is it the same size? No?
No, our 2 other locations are houses within neighborhoods. This is the frat house, so 20,000
20,000 square feet.
20,000 square
Significantly
feet.
bigger.
So the other programs are residential, what they call community type housing, where they're immersing people. So the idea is to blend into the neighborhood. Also the idea is facility, but it's a much more commercialized facility because of the nursing aspect and the medical aspect.
So you can't really compare the relative traffic going
No.
with that facility in this one?
No.
Okay.
So how many residents do you have in the Elcrest facility house?
We currently have 1 individual living in our Elcrest facility with a possible admit within the next couple weeks. We've had 3 other discharges.
So up to 4 is what I'm hearing?
It's built for 4 or 5, is that
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
Okay. How would you feel if we did ask you to delay for 2 weeks? Would that put a crimp in your plans?
Yes, and I'm speaking on both the tenant's behalf and the developer's. The reason is, as Mr. Henderson relayed, the state of Nebraska actually invited Brostep to come and do business in Nebraska because of the desperate need. There are several agencies involved. DHHS is the most prevalent of those. But there are currently at least 100 adolescents in Nebraska that are having to go to other states, plus a waiting list on top of that. That's probably actually a very low number from what we've heard. And so it's going to delay care. In addition, there's obviously a contract process going on where it'll begin to cost the developer holding costs that will make it less, cash will then be less available for the improvements that are planned, which are sizable. I think Mr. Henderson was talking about the investment, and we were talking about close to 7 figures just on the purchase, and when maximized, it'll be well over 7 figures on renovation on a 20,000 square foot facility.
So these, ideally, you're hoping to have your residents from
Nebraska.
the Lincoln area, the Nebraska area?
The state of Nebraska, but I think they will take, if they've met the need of Nebraska, they will take, clients from other places.
Sure.
But the whole reason for them being here is they were asked because, although Broad Step is a new name, by the way, relatively new in the last 2 years, that was just a branding change. Their predecessor, Willow Glen Academy, has been doing this for 42 years.
Now, kind of the reason why I'm asking if they're local residents is, will they have will family members be visiting in traffic flow type of situations?
Absolutely. We do pride ourselves on getting them into the community and reunification with families. That's why we're here, right, is to help manage their behavior so that they can go back home and be with their loved ones. So we will be facilitating visits with family. Obviously, it would probably be during the day or on the weekends. No overnights or anything like that, but we will definitely have family visits.
So will you expect them to park, in the area behind your building, or,
Yeah, so keep in mind that I think, Brian, what was the condition on the number of spaces? I think we ended up around 30 spaces or so, 26 to 30. And the maximum shift will be something like 16 to 18,
Okay.
and that would be first shift. And so there's going to be a lot of surplus parking, and that's assuming that they don't do what the current neighborhood folks do and use the curb on the front. That's without cutting a new drive or using the front at all. There is plenty of space. We're going to add to parking behind the recreation area. So if you're facing the property from Star Street along the back of the property to the directional left, I don't know what that is on the compass, but behind that current volleyball court area that the Agmen used, that'll be additional parking. But we just don't anticipate they're not going to have like a family day per se. It'll be when the families choose and schedule a time to come and visit. Other than the workers there, it's just going to be the state agencies that do their inspections.
And then kind of my last question for you is, would you be open to putting in some speed humps?
Yes, we actually had that conversation yesterday all together. And so I think the developer would be fine with that within reason.
Okay.
And certainly we've already agreed to the condition of paving the alley, the width of the property, and taking out that curb that is so hazardous. If you saw it, it's not sure who built that, but it was somebody that had a lot of extra concrete. But it's, it's something like 2.5 feet tall. It's crazy. So I can see where that's a hazard. So that's also a condition, if I'm not mistaken, right, Brian? And so that's all been agreed upon conditionally, and we understand that the residents want to slow things down, especially because we're going to be bringing traffic back, even though we also agree that it's not nearly the traffic that the Agmen had.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Brent, could I get your address, please?
Yes. 433 Circle Drive. That's Greer, South Carolina, Greer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to close public hearing.
Second, Campbell.
Jerry?
Okay, Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-0.
I would move that we approve special permit 21035.
Second, Joy.
Discussion.
I think we've got a company here that's got a pretty long track record of doing facilities, and they would not have that record if there were extenuating problems everywhere. They wouldn't be in business probably. But I can understand the Clinton neighborhood's concerns of wanting to weigh in on this, but it is a block away from the edge of their neighborhood, and the Witherby Neighborhood Association has been well informed and has been in there, and as we saw in the letter, there was mixed yes and no from the neighborhood. So I'm inclined, this is probably one of the best staffed facilities we've had before us, and more attention to security than many of them had before us. So I am inclined to support their special permit.
Could I just correct one thing?
I'm
Definitely in our neighborhood, it's not a block away, it's a block away from my house.
I'm sorry, we aren't able to take additional.
That was a mistake.
I was going to state that it was the Witherby Neighborhood Association that actually asked it to
Yeah.
take the, to
Take the delay.
consider the delay. So, but,
Okay.
other conversation.
So I'm.
You can go ahead.
Oh,
I'll go
I don't
after
see,
you.
sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
So I'm inclined to approve, I think, based on the feedback from the applicant and the provisions they made to accommodate some of the concerns was appreciated. The only comment I would say is that a day or two before hearing is not a lot of time, right? So this is a change in the profile of the neighborhood in terms of who would be going through and staying, to accommodate and make sure that you have residents, understanding and voice would be appreciated if you do consider another project, in Lincoln. But I like the project and I think it'll be good.
Awesome. I'll be supporting a positive vote on this, and from a process standpoint, we should probably have staff just check into the emails and bounce and that type of thing. However, in the past, that's worked really well from an informing process. And, no, I guess it hasn't worked very well. So maybe we can ask on a other level to have the process reevaluated from staff. Thanks, I'm still a little travel weary, so I apologize. But from a support standpoint and a land use standpoint and a permitting process standpoint, this appears to be something that's very well served by this property. And so that's why I'm supporting it. Thank you.
I understand Clinton neighborhood's concerns and why they would like more time. I do want to go on record and say, more often than not, we hear from people, not only neighborhood associations, but residents in general, whether they're in the city, the county, that they're just finding out about these changes last minute. And I know that planning's process currently, I believe anyway, is to send out notification 2 weeks before. And we've made changes over the past couple of years where we've done emails instead of snail mail to try and hurry things up. But I want to put this out there that last Planning Commission, we just passed some text amendments to accommodate developers and businesses. I would like to see some accommodations for neighborhoods and have these notifications taking place earlier. Neighborhood associations are primarily volunteers. We hold day jobs. This is something we do on the side, not for pay. Completely different than developers and builders that are getting paid for this and making money off of this. So I think that it's only fair to ask that neighborhood associations should receive some accommodations on these notification policies. And I encourage planning to look at that in the future. As far as this process or this particular project goes, I think that it will be good to put some use kind of into this vacant building. I think that they have to meet certain qualifications through DHHS and the state. And I think that overall it will be lower traffic volume, which I think is a good thing as well. So I will support the project. The only thing I would like to see is maybe adding a condition to add some speed humps to the paving in the alley. That's the only thing that I would recommend.
Thank you, commissioners, for your great comments. In addition, I will also support this matter in front of us. I do suggest that the applicant consider continuing their dialogue with the neighborhood associations and sharing that information. What I most appreciated about the neighborhood association and the gentleman who testified was that he was open-minded. He did not come in and say, this is not for our neighborhood, but he wanted to listen and understand and appreciated many of the great qualities that were presented. And so I think continuing that dialogue moving forward as you proceed through your process will do a lot to encourage this to be part of the neighborhood and be of great value to your clients and the neighborhood as well. Jerry?
Okay, this is for the conditional approval of special permit 21035. Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0. Next items under continued public hearing and administrative action is item 4.1A, change of zone 08066C, amending the existing Antelope Village planned unit development to add the mixed-use designation on 2 lots and add density for residential development with requested waivers. And the associated street and alley vacation 21006 to vacate the entire alley between P and Q streets adjacent to lots 1 through 6 and 8 through 12, Kinney's O Street addition, and lots A through C, Webster's subdivision on property, both of these on property generally located P Street between 22nd and 23rd Streets. Staff recommendation for the change of zone is conditional approval, and for the street and alley vacation, conformity with the comprehensive plan. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these items?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting this site?
No. Stephanie?
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Stephanie Rouse with the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska 68508. This request is for an amendment to the Antelope Village planned unit development for a multifamily housing project. It would be located on the northeast corner of 22nd and P Street and take the entire block. As part of this request is a petition to vacate the entire alley that spans mid-block east to west. The only utilities that would need to be relocated is the electric utilities, which the applicant is working with LES on currently to do. The water main in the alley was only serving the existing buildings, which would be abandoned or repurposed by the property owner. There are 3 waivers that are being requested as part of this application. The first is to go from a 10-foot setback to a 0-foot setback on 23rd and Q streets. They would maintain the 10-foot setback as part of the planned unit development on 22nd and P streets. They're requesting to increase the height. It's currently allowed at 45 feet. They would go up to 55 or up to 50 feet, but only on the southern end of the block. The northern end would still be below that 45-foot height limit with the townhomes and the 3-story apartment building. And they would also request to increase the density by 66 units with a total of up to 156 units. In the development, they are meeting the required parking ratio, which is 1-to-1 in this planned unit development with 170 stalls. There's a couple in the middle of the development on surface parking, but the majority of it is located in an underground parking garage, which is located from the west off of 22nd Street. The planned unit development talks about this area being a transitional area of residences, which staff feels this development fits within. And the site is served with 3 different bus routes, all within 5 blocks of the location. It's adjacent to several bike trails and within walking distance of downtown. There is also proposed on 22nd Street here a couple angled parking stalls as well, which would be public parking and not part of the required parking for this development. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Stephanie?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
From the, just real quick, the parking was 1-for-1, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, and then, this is a kind of a transition zone that we do get a lot of university parking on street. So is there any provisions for a discussion on that, or a concept of maybe not having some on-street parking, any signage or anything, discussions about any of that?
There hasn't been discussion about signing for no parking, but the on-street bike plan did propose bike lanes on P and Q streets. And so as part of the TIF project, they're discussing, and LTU still needs to do studies and look at the traffic counts to see if it's feasible, but possibly doing bike lanes, which would remove some on-street parking on P and Q on one side.
Okay, thank you. That answers that question.
I was going to ask about the bike lanes. So, I guess how long will that process is anticipated to take for like LTU for looking at the traffic volumes and if bike lanes would be appropriate?
I do not know. I'm not sure how long it would take them.
What I'm wondering is just if that would be done before they start building this, so we can, have a clear-cut situation before, this is built, kind of like one of the letters we received stated.
I'd have to check in with them. I do know the developer is hoping to break ground yet this year, so it may not be done by that time, but I'd have to check with traffic engineering to get a solid answer.
Okay. Thank you.
One of the waivers is with regard to setbacks.
Correct.
The 10 to 0, and then your example was that the other setback was remaining at 10.
Yes. Yeah. So on P and 22nd and P, that remains meeting the 10-foot setback. It's on 23rd and Q on the north and east sides that they would request the 0-foot setback.
Okay. And can you remind me of why?
They've pushed the entire building to the northeast to accommodate LES's utility easements on those property lines.
I knew I was missing that. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Stephanie? Okay, thank you. So testimony and support, I believe, is where
the
we're...
applicant.
Oh, yes, applicant. Yeah, I'm skipping you.
I mean, I would say support it, but...
Support. Hello, my name is Brett West. I'm representing the development group, which there are more than just me. So the partnership would be Assurity Life Insurance Company, along with CIP, one of the largest apartment owners in the city, and Brester Construction. So it's a group of people. We're also representing the cultural centers are also a partner in this project. Part of this project, we did apply for a state grant and were awarded a grant to help us do the affordable housing in the property, which was important to us. And we partnered with the cultural centers, and the Good Neighbor Community Group is the applicant to the state. So it's a little complex, but there are a lot of constituents that were brought into this. Second, I'd point out that we have been working in this neighborhood for a long time. We were partnered with to do all of the Antelope Valley for sale housing that was done on the north side of the property. So this has always been kind of a phase 3, and we have been buying these homes that were there that were in very great disrepair, and many were abandoned, as well as we would have liked to have been here a lot earlier, and I think we've been on the agenda for a while. However, we were able to purchase the 7-plex on the corner, which was beyond savable, and needed to come down to improve this neighborhood and take care of a lot of the issues. So this has not come quickly. We have been working on this for quite some time. We also held a neighborhood get together at Assurity. I think that's been 2 or 3 weeks ago, to invite the neighbors in. We had roughly, probably 10 to 15 neighbors, and then a number of our partners were there as well. So we have reached out as best we can. We've been working with planning. Sorry it's getting here kind of late, but we have been working on it for quite some time. I wanted to just touch on a couple of things because I saw the questions from the neighborhood, and to me it all pretty much comes down to a couple of things. What was there before in parking, and the way we're trying to handle traffic, And some of this has been brought about with feedback from the neighbors, why I took this approach in leading our design team here. If you're not familiar, this is what was here before. Most of this was dilapidated housing, single family for rent. I think we bought maybe one or two houses that actual occupants lived and owned in. Otherwise, it was severely dilapidated housing. We've since torn most of it down. We've left the corner building, which we used to do all the leasing for our townhouses, which we built across the street. And then we just recently closed on that. So we feel like we've been trying to do well by the neighborhood and correcting some issues that were there. Like I said, we've been acquiring that property for quite some time. If you don't recall, here are some images of what it looked like before. I won't go into many of the issues when I walk through these houses, or that 7-plex where I had to take a shower after. So we've come to this conclusion. I wanted to point out some other things that we are trying to do. This building right here is a 2-story building, which really connects and is actually shorter than the buildings across the street. It has the same feel, has a direct entry onto the sidewalk, so a porch kind of atmosphere that we're wanting to create for a walkable street and sidewalk area. This building then goes up to the 3-story as we go towards the park, and then this is the 4-story portion. I went through this with the neighborhood as well. I don't know if you can see it because of the glare, but it highlighted the differences. And what I really want to point out in the differences is the density is the primary difference, and we recognize that. And I'm not, trying to hide that issue, but the parking is the one that we have spent a lot of time. We have an underground parking area underneath the entire footprint of the property. And a couple other things I'm going to point out. This diagram shows where our primary entry is. Our primary entry is as far away as possible to the neighbors. So I don't think people they will park as close as they can to the front door. And their front door is going to be in the south corner.
One
So
minute.
I wanted to point that out. The other part is the Assurity Center as a partner. We have the Assurity Center building parking garage, which is largely vacant. It's a public garage at night. We are going to be able to lease that or use that if there's folks who have maybe a second car. We'll provide a discounted rate to park over there. Again, another opportunity of a kind of underused public improvement that was done with the Assurity Center TIF. So I'm arguing or pointing out that there's a lot of parking, and mostly what we're going to activate is south of our property because our primary entrance is on the southeast corner. So I can definitely walk you through all the design things, but that's in your packet, and I know my time is up, so I want to address the
I have a
items
couple
brought
of
up.
questions for you
You
on that
bet.
parking while you're just right there. Remind me, I want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing on the map. Where is the Surety parking garage? What?
It's next to the Assurity Center. So it's on the east side of the Assurity Center. So right here.
So that's P.
Yep.
And 22nd.
Q and 20th. So you'd cross the...
Okay, on the other side of, yeah,
right.
okay.
You
okay.
walk across the bridge, which I do every day because I walk that little area to see things I might not be thinking of as we design this.
The other question I have about parking, well, I have many questions about parking, but
Sure.
I know a lot of times in the winter when we have snow ban parking bans going on, if they had another car that they needed to get off the street, would they be able to go and park in the Assurity
Yes.
garage?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a public parking garage at night.
Would they have, so they'd have to pay though, right?
Probably, yes.
Okay.
I can't recall how that's set up, but.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Now, as far as the other parking goes, the parking that's kind of in the center of is that just for residents, or is that
Yes.
going to be for visitors as well?
Just residents.
Just residents?
Yep.
Okay.
Visitors will park on the street. That's the intent. We're fully in support of no parking overnight or a 24-hour limit on parking, and we think it should be in place. But we also, again, I walk this all the time. There is parking that's allowed all around this currently, that's completely underutilized. The areas that are getting the most are by the students in this section and this section right in here. And we think by adding the angled stalls for our, visitors or people who are coming and going from here, we will be okay. I've done over 2,500 units in the last 4 years at Assurity in Omaha, all over, and the parking counts continue to fall because people have other options. We didn't have Uber in the past, so if I don't need a second car, it's pretty inexpensive to Uber versus owning a second car. We hope that this will activate and get people attracted to working and living downtown and using bike lanes and alternative forms of transportation, or parking their car at work and going here. It's reverse commuting. You see it in places we've done in Des Moines and all over where you have more density.
So do the tenants have to pay to park in the underground?
Yes.
So if they want to stall, they have to pay, X amount per
Yes.
month, kind of like having a garage.
That
Okay.
is true. Your garage isn't free either. Ours isn't free either. So
So tell me more about the affordable housing. How many units are you going to have?
we're planning on 15, which is 10%. And that is something we're working through the city on that as well. That's in the TIF request.
I assume that either some of those affordable housing units or just some units in general will be ADA compliant.
Yes, I think it's two, whatever the federal mandate, we have 88 units. And then in apartments, you have adaptable, which is a much larger. So you start with, I think it's 2% of your units will be ADA from day one. And there's a large amount that are ADA adaptable. So if you exceed that, you can make them ADA accessible.
So besides the affordable housing, these will be market rate apartments.
That's correct.
What kind of rent are you expecting to?
Similar to what you're seeing in the market right now, will probably be around what the Telegraph District is doing, or 56th and P, which is another project that the same group was involved with, CIP and Brester did at the Haven at 56th, which was again a TIF project. There's no parking around that, and that is at 1.35, and there's parking only in the garage, 2-level garage below it, and they're having no issues. So
Are your units going to be mostly like 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom studios, a mix?
it's a mix of, we have studios, 1-bedroom, 1-bedroom with den, which is new with all the COVID stay-at-home, to 2-bedroom, and the 2-bedroom townhouses, which are over here, which are 2-story townhouses. Same layout almost of the 2-bedrooms, but for sale units across the way.
So some of them will be owner occupied.
No,
Or-
they're all rental.
Across
I'm
the street.
saying similar to the ones that we sold, townhouses we sold.
So this whole thing will be renter
Yes.
occupied? Okay. I assume, this isn't marketed towards students, but you could perhaps have some students that.
Sure. Yeah, it won't be marketed towards students. We'll see the whole gamut of people. And some of the letters we've received talk about that, this won't support the neighborhood. I would argue the opposite. It should get more people in the neighborhood who then might be first-time home buyers interested in staying, or sell their home and decide renting is what they want to do. I live at the Grand Manse now. I love living downtown in an apartment. That's just becoming something more and more people do. And that's their living environment, so.
The building, I think that it's the building that you just bought. I'm not sure.
Okay.
You might have owned this one for a while. The 3-story existing apartment building on the northwest corner?
Yes.
That's the one you've had for a while. You said no.
That's
the
what
one-
we just purchased to
And so
complete the
were-
entire block.
Are there people living in there right now?
No, all the people have been removed.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we weren't kicking anyone out on the street.
They're already found different places
They're
to
already
live.
living on the street? No, I'm
And they
just
should
kidding.
have moved out a long time ago. I
Okay.
didn't bring pictures of that, but you wouldn't want to live there.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Testimony in support of this project. Is there any neutral testimony? And anyone in person for testimony in opposition? And I understand we have one Zoom testifier.
Yes, Nicole, you can talk now.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this matter. First, I'd like to address the gentleman who just spoke and say thank you. I am a resident in this neighborhood. I live at 2339 Q Street, and I have been a firsthand beneficiary and witness to the changes that have come from the Surety investment in the area. That said, I think this committee has received a letter from some of the neighbors with their concerns, much of which I echo. And I would just say, I think that the density of this proposed development is out of line with what we see in the rest of the Holly neighborhood. And I understand that there is still more development happening. And I do think parking is a huge concern. I worry also about with renters, them bringing in trucks to do move-ins and move-outs and how that's going to affect traffic. I think the comment that the area is currently underutilizing its parking is a bit of a misdirect, considering that there are no buildings on that block at the moment, minus the one that Assurity recently acquired and has since vacated. So I don't think it's an accurate, what we've seen in the last 2 years is an accurate depiction of how that area has gotten used over the years. And I think, especially if there's any plans to put in bike lanes, that the 1-to-1 parking ratio is just not enough. And an easy way to solve that would be to reduce the number of units and the density of the development plans on this block. We have really appreciated, I guess I'll speak for myself, but I have heard my neighbors comment that we do appreciate the development in the area. And we have like the Antelope Creek Townhome Village development, as well as the Antelope Square Townhome development, and would love to see something else like that. I have concerns after seeing how the mixed use 50-50 buildings with the townhomes happening on the west side of Antelope Creek Village those are targeted towards students. So that's a slight difference, but we have seen how that has affected traffic in the area. A lot of us use that to get into downtown on P and Q streets. And I have concerns of that happening on the east side of the Antelope Creek Village Parkway and on the block of 23rd and 24th Street and P and Q. So I am not in favor of the proposed development plan as it's suggested, as it is today. I would love to see additional changes in density and parking, but otherwise encourage development of the area further.
Any questions for our testifier? Great. Well, thank you very much for dialing in and joining us today.
Thank you.
Is there any other testimony relating to this matter? Staff questions? Anything further for staff? Applicant rebuttal, is there anything you want to say in closing, sir?
Do I have to restate my address?
You do not.
Okay.
You are
so
clear.
I would say the one thing I didn't address in the previous is the way that folks are going to come into this is from 22nd Street. So there actually is no vehicular traffic on 23rd. That is actually an amendment to the PUD that I think is positive. So we would take all the traffic to the underground parking. Also, if you look at all the parking that is around there, and again, we are a neighbor. I mean, Assurity is on 20th. I drive these streets, walk these streets all the time. There is some parking, but it is not used where it's south of this property and where most people would park. And we've tried to address that by adding a good amount of angled parking right in front of our property to take care of that. And we are working with them, LTU, on adding bike lanes, which again is the other form of transportation that we're trying to encourage, is less cars. But we also do have a lot of overflow options. And I didn't address also the setback. I want to remind folks that there's a 40-foot green area between the back of the curb to the right-of-way in this site. So we were trying to hold that to the south corner and give the setbacks closer to the neighbors. Unfortunately, LES couldn't take that path, so we moved it to the other way. But we understand there's parking. I'd also add, if you have a parking problem in an apartment building, it's your problem. Like, if residents don't feel like they can park, they will not rent from you. So I'm taking as big a risk as anybody in this room that I've got a good solution to the overall parking count. And so I think we're in the right spot. And I've talked about other places I've done work, and we're seeing, again, these drop. And we've got a lot of bike storage that we're planning in the lower level. And I really think there'll be people in the area, if they have a second car, for a significant discount, they'll park in the Assurity Center. That's a block away, that they can get to, a block and a half away from the corner where they could exit the property. So, any other questions for me on those issues? Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
I would move that we close the public hearing.
Second, Core.
Jerry?
Okay, Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-0.
I would move that we approve change of zone 08066C.
Second, Core.
We can have discussion for this and the street and alley vacation together at this point then?
Yeah, if you remember the report that we got from the planning department on what's changing in apartments, and that, I don't remember the exact, but it was 40-some% that don't even have a vehicle anymore, that they use public transportation or Uber or things like that. So I'm very comfortable that they're handling this adequately. And they do have an alternative if somebody's having a party or something, their guests can park in Assurity's lot. I think this is a good project for that area. I think it's just one more addition of the renovation of Antelope Valley that is a positive step for Lincoln. So I will be supporting this.
Anyone else?
This is going to be a change for the neighborhood, and sometimes those are tough. I do think that a good neighborhood has a nice mix of all housing types. Single family, rental, 2-story, 1-story, all those good things. I know this one is kind of tall in some places, and it'll be that big change. But I think that this was kind of always. I shouldn't use the word always, but this was kind of tentatively planned on for a long time. So I hope that the parking will work out for everybody involved. I think that it's been well thought out as well as it can be up front, and that hopefully this project will be turn out to be very nice.
I agree with my colleagues. I think this is a new project that continues to develop in an area of our community that has changed greatly over time. And we're excited to see it move forward. Those projects do come with questions for folks who've been there for a long time, and that's absolutely understandable. We appreciate that we have great community partners who are cognizant of those concerns, and will continue to hear their neighbors going forward, and I intend to support this as well. Jerry?
Okay, this is for the conditional approval of change of zone 08066C. Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-0.
I would move to approve street and alley vacation 21006.
Second, Ball.
Jerry?
Okay, this is for conformity with the comp plan, street and alley vacation 21006. Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-0. Okay, moving on. Next two items are associated. Item 5.1A is Comprehensive Plan Conformance 21021 to review as to conformance with the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, the South 48th Street Corridor Redevelopment Plan, a new redevelopment plan generally located adjacent to South 48th Street between L and A Streets, and identifying the Tabitha Intergen Project to provide independent senior housing options and housing opportunities for students enrolled in medical education programs on property generally located at South 48th and L Streets. Staff recommendation is a conformity with the comprehensive plan and the associated changes zone 21037 from R2 residential district and R4 residential district to an R2 and R4 planned unit development with associated waivers on property generally located at 4720 Randolph Street. Staff recommendation is for conditional approval. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these items?
Yes, I have a couple. Tabitha held a neighborhood meeting for the 40th and A Neighborhood Association that I attended. And then I also met with some Witherby neighbors to answer questions about the process, like the blight study and all those good things.
Okay, I noted that. Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting the site?
I don't see any.
Okay,
Dan?
Good afternoon, Dan Marvin, Urban Development, 555 South 10th Street. George and I are going to tag team on these two items together. Are we doing 51A and 51B together?
Correct.
Okay. So what I have before you is the map of the area, and this body previously had approved the blight study. And just for the public's understanding, this is a two-step process. First, you have to study an area and identify if it meets the state statutes for blight. And then within that, prior to being able to use tax increment financing, you need to come forward with a redevelopment plan that identifies the steps that would come to address some of the issues of blight in the area. This body acted on September 1st on the original proposed blight study. I wasn't at that particular meeting, but I do know that there were some areas that were along the west side that were subsequently identified. Some property owners didn't want to be in the blight study. It didn't adversely impact the results of that blight study, and they were taken out. And so what you see before you is the kind of the amended reduced version that goes down 46th Street. On September 7th, the proposal went before the Urban Design Committee, which would have been the renderings, the thought process of what the what is going to go on the corner of 48th and L Street. I think that'd be 48th and L, and identified the uses, kind of the height of the building, and they received approval from Urban Design at that point. Some of the issues that are identified in the redevelopment plan are traffic issues, parking, sidewalk, pedestrian access, streetscape, water and sewer, and street lighting. One of the issues that has been discussed, because of the way this facility is going to be used, it will take nurses from the Bryan, and they will be able to live here and then go to nursing training, but then live within the facility. So you have this intergenerational characteristic. So some of the thought process is, are there sidewalk improvements or other developments that would need to be worked on over the course of the next number of years? Crosswalk, are there places that you could cross either at Valley or at L? That those are issues that I think this plan is designed to address long-term in that in that neighborhood. Some of the other issues that came up were lighting issues as well, pedestrian lighting, so that people can feel safe in the neighborhood. The plan also uses the language out of the comp plan that talks about the appropriateness of using higher density development along nodes and corridors. And I think that the 48th Street is considered a corridor, and so that locating areas, just like in the previous issue that you had, on higher trafficked areas, higher density development, so that you're not circulating traffic and circulating through the neighborhood, is supported under the comp plan. The other item that is, so part of this also has an amendment to this, so the amendment section speaks to the specific development, so that it's an amendment of the larger redevelopment plan, and that amendment addresses the Tabitha project itself. And within that, the state statute requires you doing a cost-benefit analysis. The cost-benefit analysis here is that it is assumed that the project will generate an increment of about $300,000 a year in tax revenue, and that the overall development itself will be about a $22 million development. So that's the cost-benefit language that's in this particular document. And I can stop there and answer any questions, and then I think George can speak to the issue of the PUD.
Questions? Yes.
Dan, why is the extra bump out along up by L Street over to 49th?
Well, that was in the original blight study.
Yeah, I missed that
And
first time we dealt
what
with
I think we were looking at on L Street as a bicycle lane, as a corridor for bike traffic that would be appropriate for that, and then getting across the neighborhood and then using parts of 46th Street and then bringing it down. Is my best answer for that.
I knew you weren't going to build the building over 48th Street.
No, but a lot of the larger area, I think, is principally how do we get people across the street, and if it's bicycle traffic, how do we help circulate them through?
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Dan?
Dan, I have one. If this was not an intergenerational living situation, say it was just Tabitha expanding with senior residential healthcare facilities, do you feel the comp plan would still support?
Yes, I do. And the reason I would say, because I know Andrew's here, but so I can repeat some of the things that Andrew said at council, and that is that we passed an affordable housing action plan. And when we talk about housing affordability, what we talk about is a broad category. And within that category is choice of where people can live, and creating choices for people. And by creating mobility in the marketplace, we create opportunities for people to be buyers of existing single-family owner-occupied homes. So what I'm speaking to is what Andrew would talk about, especially as intergenerational, is that there's a case of loneliness that people experience when they become older, and so that living in an environment that, yes, may have youth and younger people in it, but also, even if they're just older people, that they can address the issue of loneliness, which is a quality of life, that those individuals may choose, in that particular case, to move out of their single-family residence, which may be more appropriate for somebody who's a startup family that wants to provide. So that creating that kind of mobility also addresses housing affordability, because it creates movement in the marketplace, and someone who is reaching their senior years is looking for opportunities to go live the next 20 years of their life, and that the issues of homelessness or don't want to care for a yard or other issues that create that kind of mobility, that this is a way of addressing housing affordability as well.
As part of affordable housing and the redevelopment agreement with TIF, will they have to have any affordable housing in this development project?
I know Andrew's going to come up and speak to that issue, so I know at City Council when we talked about that subject, he'll have percentages, but yes, there are elements of an income group that will be served that otherwise would have difficulty finding quality, affordable housing that they would be able to move to.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Dan, the white box in the middle of all the blue, is that the group of neighbors that wanted to be left out and Tabitha and everybody agreed?
No, I don't believe that area was not in the original blight study.
That is an area that is, I would call them townhomes, but they are relatively new, and so that's why they weren't included.
It probably didn't meet the age definition for blight.
Anything else for Dan? George?
George Wesselhoff, Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street here in Lincoln. I might just touch on the comment about the bump out on the CPC. That just has to do with the fact that those lots up there are deeper. The CPC item or redevelopment area includes lots on both sides of South 48th, and it just so happens that those lots on the north end are deeper, so that's why there's the bump out.
Great, thanks.
But on to the PUD. So as far as the PUD expanse or geography, we're west of South 48th between L and then south of Randolph. The main heart of their campus is between J and Randolph, between 46th and 48th. And so this is a request for a PUD for the whole campus, all of the Tabitha campus, which is currently under a special permit 384H, for a residential healthcare facility, which has been under that special permit type since 1969. The changes in development include a proposed 138-unit intergenerational apartment building, which Dan touched on, which will be at the corner of L and 48th, the southwest corner. There's also a new maintenance building that's proposed on the south side of the campus on the east side of South 47th Street. This PUD includes a total of 4.25 acres. The majority of it is zoned R2. There is some R4 on the south side of Randolph, but it's a change of zone from R2, R4 to R2, R4 PUD, so they're not altering the base zoning other than the PUD itself. The proposed uses include what's already there, which is the residential healthcare facility within the Tabitha campus, including 350 residents, and then also the 138 dwelling units, which will comprise the new intergenerational facility. Other allowed uses will include office, early childhood care facility, non-residential health care facility, adult day services facility, on-premise sale of alcohol when associated with dwelling unit building, and small solar energy conversion system. These aren't uses that they're necessarily proposing now. They're just uses that would be appropriate or make sense possibly in the future associated with their other uses that they are either in existence or proposing now. The proposed intergenerational project will not be the same as residential health care because of the mixed living arrangement, because of the seniors and the students. Under the ordinance, it would fall under multifamily residential, so apartments. And so that's part of the reason behind the proposal. The other reason behind the proposal is the different waivers that are needed that would be more difficult to accomplish, or in some cases not possible to accomplish under the special permit provisions for the residential health care facility. Also, I would note that the approval of this PUD would allow 138 multifamily uses on the site or units, but it wouldn't be limited to necessarily to seniors or students, which gives them flexibility in the future should that concept, for whatever reason, not continue. There are various waivers, multiple waivers that are being requested, and I will get the site plan on the screen here. So this is a zoom of the part of the campus where the intergenerational facility will be located. This is South 48th. This is L Street. This is the new facility, which will comprise basically the north half of that block. So the first waiver that they're requesting is a waiver concerning existing parking stalls in Area 2, which Area 2 is the existing main facility or main building of Tabitha. Those were previously approved. The PUD will allow through a waiver the continuation of those parking stalls in the front yard along South 48th until such time there would be redevelopment. The next waiver pertains to parking specific to the intergenerational project, which is to reduce the parking from 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit to 1 space per dwelling unit for Area 3. This is Area 3. And this waiver is justifiable because the majority of the units will either be studios or 1-bedrooms. Then there is a waiver from the height limitation. They're proposing to increase the height from 45 to 65 feet for this Area 3 for the intergenerational facility. Height waivers for apartments have been previously approved in the 55 to 60-foot height range citywide. In this case, the definition of height in the zoning ordinance, the applicant calculated the average grade elevation and then determined the tallest portion of the building from that elevation. The north side of the project will be the taller side. The reason for this has to do with topography of the site combined with the need to have the garage entrance off the north, but also combined with their desire to have their layout such that the open areas here and the one-story structure face their existing residential dwellings and inward toward the campus. So there's kind of a combination of factors there, and I could let the applicant speak further to the reasoning. I would mention a couple things on the subject of height in general. There was, as some of you may recall, or most of you will recall, there was a recent text amendment that changed the height limit from 45 feet, to 45 feet for the R1 and R4 areas for PUDs and CUPs in older neighborhoods. So the base zoning requirement is 35 feet for R1 through R4, but if you have a PUD or CUP, then that's already in the ordinance now to be allowed 45 feet. And if it's an area where there's no neighborhood design standards, such as newer areas, that it goes even higher to 55 feet. There are examples outside of the downtown where there are some projects that have been approved at 65 feet. Iron Ridge PUD at 27th and Rokeby Road as one example. Chateau at Yankee Hill PUD on the north side of Yankee Hill at 44th to 48th at 65 feet. And then closer into the urban core, Layton Mixed Use PUD at North 48th and Layton, which was at 75 feet. Not to say that these are necessarily exact comparisons, but the point is a height waiver to 65 feet would not be unprecedented outside the downtown. Continuing on with the different waivers, there's a waiver for an interior side yard setback for areas 1 and 3, and that just has to do with the lots that are, there's multiple lots of record, and to allow flexibility for internal setbacks, and this has been approved in other situations. There's also, for this site, area 3, a front yard setback reduction of 25 to 20 feet. And this is relatively minor. They're just asking for a reduction of 5 feet. Concerning the project, there are some existing mature trees that, as a condition of approval, will be required to be retained, and they will also have to add mature trees or trees that upon full maturity will reach a height sufficient enough to be comparable as to offset that setback reduction. And there are a few other waivers, including stormwater detention. The LTU watershed has approved or recommends approval of the waiver from stormwater detention based on the fact that there will not be a substantial increase in stormwater runoff, and there's no public storm drain pipe in the area. So the approval of this PUD is conditional. There are a number of conditions, and it's consistent with the comprehensive plan as far as increased urban residential land use and the future land use map. So I can answer any questions you may have at this point.
Questions for George?
I just want to clarify, so when you say Area 3, it's this whole section right here on the screen right now?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I can show a visual that shows all the different areas here. Maybe. So this shows the different areas. Area 2 would be the kind of the original or core of the campus. Area 3 is where the new Energen facility is. Area 1 is the south side of Randolph, and then Area 2 is the west side of South 47th.
You mentioned that there's no public drain pipe right now for this area. Will they have to put one in as part of this project?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's not existing public storm sewer infrastructure in the vicinity.
And we're not requiring them to put anything in?
No, I could let LTU speak further on that, or the applicant, but no, not to my knowledge.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from LTU on that. I think he's back there.
I may not be terribly specific on the stormwater runoff because that's another section works on that. But we do analyze the runoff and the impact it has on any neighboring properties. That is typically the guideline for when it needs to be managed if it's going to have an impact on other private property. If they can get it to a point where it's taken into our system, then that's the way that works. But I think on this one, everything that's being impacted is internal to their site. It won't be impacting the neighboring properties.
I'm just concerned because I know in this area that we don't have very many, I don't know if you call them inlet or outlets,
Yes.
storm drains on the streets. And so that causes me a little bit of pause here because I know a lot of times when we have the bond issues, we're one of the areas that's targeted for this.
And I cannot tell you if there's anything in the works for that neighborhood. That I wouldn't have that information at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for George? Thank you.
Thank you.
Testimony from the applicant.
Good afternoon. Andrew Willis, 233 South 13th Street, on behalf of Tabitha. I'll try to hit my highlights on both the redevelopment plan and the PUD. The proposed project, again, in the redevelopment plan, it covers that entire South 48th Street blight and substandard area, but really, you know, what we're here to focus on is the Energen Project. So the Energen Project, approximately 150,000 square feet, 4-story building, about 128 units, and it would be it's intergenerational housing, and so it's primarily seniors with that those Bryan College of the Bryan College students living there as well. So intergenerational living, and I won't speak as much to the mission. We'll have somebody else talk about that. But but that's the basic premise of the project. And with those 128 units, we're really the breakdown is basically 17 of those studio micro-sized, smallest apartments, 35 junior one-bedroom, so a very small one-bedroom, 64 one-bedroom, 12 two-bedroom. So again, and we're really trying to provide a safe and affordable housing option for seniors that doesn't exist. This is a new option. It has a specific mission focused on fighting loneliness in this intergenerational aspect, but also provides affordable housing for seniors. So, and again, looking specifically at that, what the rents are targeting on this project is affordability, under HUD standard of 30% of your rent at 60 to 80% AMI. So that's, and 90% of the units in this building are going to hit that. So that's really the affordability numbers. It's affordable at 60 to 80% AMI, and that'll be 90% of the units. And the others are slightly over. They don't quite hit that, but they're real close to that number as well. Again, so we're under that redevelopment plan, what we're really looking at is that conforms to the comp plan. We're providing an additional unique type of housing, additional affordable housing, specifically an additional housing option for seniors that really falls well under this this sort of transition stage. It's near Tabitha. It provides this new unique housing option that didn't exist before, and again, it's affordable. So it fits very well within the overall comprehensive plan and the goals of for the Affordable Housing Action Plan. And this is in the comp plan. This is designated as a urban density, a regional center. So it really is the use, while it is high density, that is the target. And the future land use identifies this as urban density. It's got the complementary uses next to it with Tabitha. Looking, I guess I would look specifically at a couple items when we look at the redevelopment plan: traffic, parking. So again, when we talked about the PUD, it'd be 1-to-1, but really for the 128 units, this would create 152 spaces. So it's more than the 1-to-1, 93 in an underground garage, 59 off-street surface parking. And remember, this is targeted at, these are small units, mostly studios, one-bedrooms, small one-bedrooms, and seniors. And so you have, the thought is there's not going to be as many cars anyway. This is designed, and then the students that live there, this is designed for that South 48th Street corridor to make this walkable to Bryan College. So the idea is, biking, walking. This really is, the thought is this will not bring in a significant change in traffic. We're not changing any of the streets, anything like that. So really, even, complies with the access management policy. There really is no issues there. All right, I'm going to skip ahead and make sure I hit everything then. On the PUD, I think the main thing I wanted to highlight for this project, this is a planned unit development on the Tabitha campus. So this is part of this extended campus that exists. So, and that's the reason for the PUD. When we're looking at compatibility, this the 65-foot height at its maximum is compatible with the Tabitha building that exists on this campus. Some of the concerns of, does this change the character of the neighborhood? I would say no. We have a PUD in place here, so that it can only exist in this planned unit development. Across the street, a developer can't come in and build a project of the same size because it's still R2 zoning. You have to have 3 acres to create a PUD. It just doesn't happen. So this really is because it is Tabitha's campus, and so it is compatible in that sense. As far as the layout and the reason why, it was already mentioned a little bit, but again, with the highest point, again, that highest side being on the north, it makes sense from a layout both the access, I mean, that's just part of the grade and the slope of the site. That's how it works. But to get into the underground garage access, and what that does as well, it's just worth noting, if I can put this up very quickly. So, here's our building right here. So, to the north is, here, 48th Street right here. And then internally, so, in that Tabitha campus in the PUD area, that's where it's sort of the two-story building, but where most of the, I guess I would say, communal areas, the action, that intergenerational common space, that's where that's located. So there's, the rooftop amenities, where the facilities will be, where everybody's gathering, the open space. And so that brings it into the campus. And so to try to reorient that, it would actually, I think, create a different look for those neighbors, where you see the people, I guess, on the rooftop and doing those things. And so it just makes more sense for topography reasons, as well as programming and the purpose of this, that it's laid out like this. I hear the buzzer, and I know my time is up. So I'm happy to answer any other questions, but I do think it really, it's going to be a great project, and from the overall compatibility with the purpose of that PUD, it really does fit in well with the Tabitha campus, and will be a benefit for the community. I'm happy to answer any questions.
As the applicant, if there's other things you want to make sure and tell us, please let us know.
Perfect. Well, now I jumped ahead, so now I'm not sure what I missed. I'll answer any questions that come.
Sounds good. Questions? No?
I'm trying to remember as I drive that. So you're telling me the topography is higher. I'm trying to think about
south to north is like a 10-foot slope, I believe, effectively. So it's the lower on the north side. Like, here, let me see if I have a picture.
It kind of crests in the middle of the block, right? Am I thinking of that properly?
Yes.
So that's kind of why you're wanting to put the taller building on the L Street side.
And that allows, yeah, correct. And that allows for the access to the underground. This is not a great picture. Let me find a good one. I apologize.
I'm just thinking from a neighbor perspective. If I had a house across the street on L to the north, I would much rather have the two-story portion on that side than the taller portion, because that's going to be, more equitable to the height of my house, and I'm not going to feel like someone's looking down into my house.
Yes, the intent here was to try to create, this would be the look from the north, the rendering. I mean, yes, it's taller, but it is, one aspect is programming, which I mentioned. It makes more sense for the campus to have that other piece internal on that end. But there really was, the intent was to create something that looks good, that is, it's still, I would say, we're defining the PUD area, and yes, it's taller. There's no getting around that. It just, one thing that just really doesn't work, if you try to scale this down from the economics of it and do 3 stories, the project really it doesn't work. So that's part of it as well. When you're looking at,
and that was going to be one of my questions for you, is could we delete a story or remove a story? Because honestly, I think the neighbors are having a hard time palleting this high of a building this close to residential. I understand that there are other buildings on the Tabitha campus that are this tall, but this is a long ways from those buildings. And to mitigate some of the neighborhood concerns about having such a tall story building, it would be more palatable to, I think, the neighbors, and if the taller stories were in the middle of the block, so they're not right next to their houses. And I understand, or along 48th Street, because that is a major street.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I just don't think it works. And economically, this is about a $22 million investment in the building and the project, and I don't think that it functions if you cut out just how scales work and how projects work. It doesn't work if you have 3 stories there. As far as shifting the shape of it, this is the access point to the underground garage, which works well on the north side. If you flip the building, I don't know. I just don't think there's a better solution than what we have here.
And you mentioned 90% was the number in terms of affordable units.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us rents, target?
Roughly. I mean, targeted rent. So again, it's based on HUD. It's based on HUD standards, and that's 30% of income, gross income that a person makes. So you would never spend more than 30%, and then looking at 60 to 80% AMI. So running those numbers, your range, again, just calculating that. So again, like on the low end, a low income limit there, it would be about $910 to about, on the high end of that, $1,300, roughly.
So can you tell me, like, for a studio, those units, how much do you anticipate asking for rent?
I don't know that specific, but probably in that 900 range. But I'm not quite sure on that.
So basically on the low end, you would be looking at like that 910, and then on the high end, you would be looking at $1,300 a month.
Yes, or yeah, roughly. Yeah, there's with the 3 sides, really the sizes in there. But yeah, that's what we're looking at.
A daycare was mentioned. Is that going to be a daycare for employees, for the general public?
None of those uses are planned. That was just as part of the PUD. They look at what could other options be, but there will be no other any daycare, any of those other uses in this development. The building really it's the residential units and then the that common space, which really is that's why the units are a little smaller. Then they can go meet communally in the area to sit and watch TV and meet and eat and everything. So that's really the only other space besides the units is the communal area.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was complete testimony from the applicant, correct?
Yes, Christy's here.
Yes. Come on up.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having us. My name is Christy Henricks. I'm president and CEO at Tabitha, address 4720 Randolph Street, Lincoln 68510. We appreciate the opportunity to present our vision for this intergenerational living community as an extension of Tabitha's main campus. I suspect most, if not all of you, have had some experience with Tabitha, either yourselves or through family and friends. We've been around too long, and we're too small of a community not to. So, as has been our history, and as Nebraska's leading senior care provider, we have just been diligent about finding ways to live into our purpose, which is empowering seniors to live joyfully and age gratefully. And we hear lots of stories of older adults who aren't grateful that they wake up the next day. And when we started peeling back the onion and getting better understanding of that, it really was at the heart of it loneliness, which often they're not able to identify until we start really getting an understanding of that. So our commitment has been expressed throughout our years of serving both rural Nebraska and urban Nebraska, though it's not really cost effective to serve in the rural areas. We are in 25 of them because we believe that we want to do everything that we can to help people age in the communities in which they raise their families and close to their families. So we were founded and still remain at our original location at the corner of 48th and Randolph. We've been there since 1886. So we are members of the Witherby Neighborhood Association and Witherby Neighborhood, and we're very proud to be a part of that neighborhood. Our Our intergenerational community, as has been mentioned, will be on the other sort of wraparound side of our campus at 48th and L Street. This will be the first of its kind in the nation as it relates to intergenerational living. And while there are other iterations, there are no iterations as the one that we're proposing. It will be home largely to independent seniors 65 and older. So the number 128 units that's been mentioned several times, we anticipate probably 105 of them will be most likely older adults, and then 20 or so will be students. And the students that we have invited to be a part of this are students who are active in Bryan College of Health Sciences. There were three main motivations that led us to dreaming about and proposing this project ultimately. First of all, is a response to the city's lack of moderately priced housing. As we have always done, we have tried to find ways to step into the gaps that exist in our communities and become a resource. So there are a lot of independent living options for seniors in our city, but most of them are at a cost beyond what most of our baby booms especially can afford. We've also learned through the years many of the existing independent living facilities today are very amenity rich, and moderate income seniors generally don't really want or need amenity rich housing for them to live in. The other item, as we've mentioned several times, is a passion for to do our part to mitigate the effects of loneliness. And we have seen that expedited in ways that we couldn't have imagined during COVID. And we'll talk more about that. And then thirdly, the shortage of healthcare workers. So not only is caring for seniors not sexy, I've been told that, I'm just using other people's language. It is hard but very honorable work, and it's in high demand. But we do need to figure out ways to really help people be inspired to choose caring for seniors as their journey in healthcare. And as we know, the shortage of healthcare workers in general, is going to get considerably worse in the very near future. So around moderately priced housing, and Andrew talked about some of this, we have worked closely with the Affordable Housing Coordinated Action Plan in terms of guiding our decisions and our design and programming. And we are, again, targeting moderate income. So moderate income solutions for moderate income seniors is the number one area of concern for senior care providers across the entire nation. It's not unique to Lincoln. And my
1 minute.
Colleagues have not been able to crack the nut on that, so we're trying to do our part to get that done. More than 90%, as he mentioned, of our units will fall within the HUD moderate income level limits. And as is the Tabitha Way, we have planned into our budget to include $100,000 per annual budget in case there is a senior who has outlived their resources and can't afford the rate. We would subsidize it ourselves to allow that senior to continue living there. The apartments, as Andrew mentioned, are spacious and nice, but the real purpose is bringing people together, and that's around the loneliness component. So believe it or not, 3 in 5 Americans report being lonely, and when we started the study, we expected that older adults would report the highest level of loneliness, but it's actually students who are in college who are the loneliest of all. 63% self-reporting loneliness, and 43% of seniors. That, of course, is leading to our mental health crisis. And as you know, that is also increasing our healthcare costs and healthcare capacities in terrible ways. Loneliness is more damaging to health than obesity, and smoking 15 cigarettes a day. So we are designing this so that both young and old will benefit and contribute to an improved well-being. The workforce concern is twofold. One, to inspire people to consider senior care as their potential path for providing health care. But two, to recognize that we will no longer have sufficient workforce to continue to do health care the way we've always done it. And so by providing independent living for seniors with support that is both living with them, in other words, neighbors caring for neighbors, the way I grew up, and next to supportive services. Seniors want to live near their hospital, near their physicians, and near other supportive services. So this particular project gives them solutions to all of those things. For the students who are attending school at Bryan, many of them already work for Tabitha part-time as they're going to school and do their clinical rotations at Tabitha. So ideally for someone to be able to live, work, and go to school in a 6-block radius is an ideal circumstance, particularly as Bryan College of Health Sciences grows to serve more and more young rural students. I was one of them. My mom would have been scared of me moving to Lincoln. The one thing that I would like to mention, since it has been discussed, is around the 4 stories. Our primary goal is to make sure that this is not just an apartment building, but that it is truly intergenerational, so that students and seniors are actually neighboring intentionally. So the first floor is largely just shared space, which is why we have gone up 3 additional stories for apartments. The apartments are meant to sleep in, and the rest of your time we want them outside of the apartments. And so the shared spaces include technology rooms, so that if I'm a student who wants to present a PowerPoint and I'm nervous, I get a group of my neighbors who are older and have probably been through this to be my audience to practice. If I have always wanted to learn to cook, I'm turning to one of my older neighbors who loves to cook to learn to do that together. We are a solution for the adult child who does not have the capacity to support their older parents anymore. So when your cell phone needs updated or your TV doesn't work, the adult daughter doesn't have to be called over. Instead, someone who does tech all day can be the help that they need for that. So we believe that this will make a tremendous impact for the 128 people who live there, but we also hope that it serves as an example for something that can be replicated by our peers throughout the nation as we look for solutions to bring both moderate income housing and solutions for workforce and loneliness to be mitigated. In conclusion, we do want to acknowledge that this has been a very collaborative project. First of all, we chose Bryan as a key collaborator. They actually are doing this as a research project per our request from the beginning, so that we can demonstrate our outcomes meet what we intend to. And we've also been very collaborative, as we've always been, with the Witherby Neighborhood Association, and they have been wonderful. I know that we come today with different views in terms of just some fundamental differences, and we certainly understand and recognize them. But I do believe that that we both are approaching this with utmost respect, both for residents and seniors and our neighborhood. And if the project or community is approved, we promise to continue to be good neighbors in collaborating with our neighborhood association. Answer any questions.
Questions for Christy? Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, at this point we'll take testimony in support of these matters. Forgot my word there. Testimony in support. In the room, is there any neutral testimony? I believe we have 2 on Zoom that are neutral, Jerry?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
No participants at this time. They have passed on.
That may not be a good choice of words.
All right, thank you.
Choice of words.
Is there any testimony in opposition? Yes, please come forward. Please share your name and your address, please.
My name is Mary Schwab. I live at 3510 Woods Avenue in Lincoln, 68510.
Thank you.
I'm here to talk about our position from the Witherby Neighborhood Association regarding the South 48th Street Corridor Redevelopment Project, specifically the Intergen apartment building. Quoting from the South 48th Street Corridor Redevelopment Plan, the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, quote, will be used as a guide for redevelopment of the redevelopment area, unquote. A guide guiding principle according to the comprehensive plan, and I quote, design buildings and land uses at the edge of the center to be compatible with adjacent residential land uses. Buildings should be compatible in terms of height, building materials, and setback, unquote. The proposed project is the first commercial-scale, high-density residential development within the Witherby neighborhood. We take interest in the scale, design, and fit with Witherby neighborhood and the impact on public infrastructure. We are concerned about the possible precedent that could be set. Witherby is a residential neighborhood of 1,800 residences. Single-family and duplex homes with only 12 multiplex buildings, of which the largest is 12 apartments. The proposed project is a 128-unit commercial scale apartment complex set in R2 zoning. Even with the recent generous expansion of limits for building within the R2, the project, as proposed, exceeds the expanded standard for height and density, while asking for further erosion of the standards for setback and required parking. The proposed project presents a campus-friendly, let's see, how do I get this on? Do I have to push a button?
No. It's coming, just a second.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. It has a campus-friendly project expanding the existing Tabitha campus. The project fits into the campus by placing parking and a 2-story community building to the campus-facing sides, which are south and west. The project's the project's neighborhood-facing side, which is north and east, are 4-story vertical walls with no transition to the single-family homes, except for a street. This is the north-facing wall, which would be L Street. And this is the entrance to the garage. So the people across L Street could have people looking right down into their homes. This is the east-facing wall along 48th Street. And once again, it's a whole block-long wall that's 4 feet, or 65 feet, 4 stories tall. The project design places the building beyond the buildable boundaries on 48th and on L with setback reduction requests. The only transition zone to the surrounding residential neighborhood is a public street. The proposed height of 65 feet of the Intergen building is 25 feet higher than Grace Point, an assisted living facility on the southwest corner of the Tabitha campus. Further, the Intergen building is 20 feet higher than the main building of the Tabitha campus. Of note, the setbacks for all of the Tabitha campus is 25 feet, with the exception of the area bounded by 47th and 48th, L to J. As a matter of course, a large building built on a small space is going to require waivers. This project replaces 9 family homes that previously sat on this property. While we appreciate Tabitha's design elements to construct a building with an outward appearance friendly to the neighborhood, we object to the overall size and placement of the building. The position of the Witherby Neighborhood Association is that this proposed building is too large to be compatible with the homes in our surrounding neighborhood. This is the northwest corner, which sits at 47th and L. And this entire side would be the wall looking across the street into the single-family homes across the street. Are there any other questions for me?
Any questions for? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Other testimony in opposition?
And my name is Jay Ridenauer. I live at 4921 L Street, 68510. And I have some questions about storm sewers, storm drainage. From where I live, down L Street, I've got one sitting just between my property and the neighbor's property. And up to 48th Street, then up to 47th Street, there is no drain sewer. And going on 48th Street, going to the south to J Street, there's no sewer there, no drain outlet there. It all goes downhill to L Street, then it takes a right-hand turn and goes down by my property. In the same way, coming down L Street from 47th, there's no sewer, no drain water system there to take the water. And so you're going from a green grass space, you're covering it all up. You got runoff from the parking lot, you got runoff from the roof. And at times, when we have a half-inch rain coming down, all that water going from J Street on 47th to L Street to come down, it comes down to my property, and also on 48th Street, there's no storm inlet. And it comes down past my house. And at a half-inch rain, I've seen it curb high, 3 foot out. And now you're adding this more water. And right across the street from us is that soccer field and Hawthorne School. Now they call it Bryan. There's the way the grade is water coming out of their parking lot comes down the street and it crosses over to our side. And as you're going down, going north on 48th Street, goes from 1,296 feet down to 1,287 feet. And the water from there goes across the road. And as soon as you get on the other side of L Street, that's when the grade drops. So all that water in that area, it won't go down to O Street. It comes right straight across 48th Street, which is, at times I wonder, why are they doing that? You know, all the water there, and way some of these cars that are in Lincoln have, bald tires. They can start hydroplaning and have more wrecks if with this more water coming down from a grassy area to a non-grassy area. So I'd like to see a storm sewer study to put some more drainage in there to keep that water from going across 48th Street. The reason I know all this because we've had a white German Shepherd. He passed away a year ago last June, and we did a lot of walking around our neighborhood. And I took note. I said, okay, there's a store there, and there's one there. Especially going down J Street to 50th, there's only one outlet there. Same with our L Street. It's down towards the bottom of the hill. So, any questions?
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other testimony in opposition? And I assume that we're still off on Zoom then, that we're just done with that. Okay, staff questions. Come on up. I mean, the last gentleman that testified, and something when Tracy was talking about that, I mean, that does seem to raise some concern with regard to the drainage issues in this area, and whether, I mean, what we've had just a one sentence in the staff report that talks about that there will be no substantial increase in stormwater runoff. I don't know if that one sentence makes me feel comfortable that that's sufficient? Can you help us work through that?
Bob Simmering, LTU, I will try.
Thank you.
They're required to give us calculations that show the difference in the stormwater that's coming off of that property compared to what it is today.
Okay.
And so I can't say specifically what those numbers are without digging back into things. The one thing I would say, if there's a deficiency in the storm sewer system throughout the neighborhood, that typically isn't the developer's issue. That becomes a
Sure.
public issue. And we, like you were saying, we have the bond issues and we have the studies that we do continuously looking at areas in the city that need attention. So I think in this project, if our calculations are showing that it's not causing an increase in risk to other properties, that's the underlying issue.
Okay.
If there's a need in the whole neighborhood for more storm sewers or more intakes or something like that, that's really a public issue and not necessarily would be burdened on this developer. Now, if he was doing something that generated a huge runoff, we would make him do a detention area, then he would discharge at a lesser rate. But I'm assuming based on that comment that came out of our watershed management section, those calculations showed that it wasn't significant.
Okay. And I also don't quite understand, again, taking at face value, what it means to say no public storm drain pipe in the area for connection. Can you explain to me what that even means?
I think that means that there's no pipe that the city owns that's abutting the perimeter of that property.
Okay.
So if they were to put in an additional drain, there wouldn't be a pipe to connect to?
Yes. We would have to go to the next pipe it up to there, and then to whatever location we were looking for. And again, I'm saying that would be, I think that burden would be on the public, not on the developer.
And so I understand that you're saying that, but since they are getting TIF money for this project, would it be out of line to say use some of that TIF money to connect to that closest drain?
Well, LTU would certainly favor that. I don't know how anybody else feels about it, but any contribution anybody's willing to make, we will spend it.
And what I'd say is, we have sources and uses that have yet to be identified in a future redevelopment agreement that would come forward to City Council. So we could certainly look at that.
Thank you.
Plus, it sounds like the storm drain, the storm pipe may be quite a distance away from that location.
Right. So hooking it up to the detention pond would be a challenge.
I think prior to this going to City Council, we may want that information on where it is, what kind of impact that would have.
And the degree of
contribution.
Yeah.
And from the city's perspective, we had a conversation with the applicant earlier about the way the project is sitting on the property with regard to the height and how that affects the adjoining neighborhoods. Does the city have a position or a thought process with regard to what that looks like?
I can share my end of it, and George can. This did go to urban design. They did review. There was discussion about the height.
Yes.
I think that the conversation that was had there was that while I think there was some concern about the height, they thought the architectural design and there were other mitigating circumstances that ultimately resulted in a 4-0 vote in support.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we looked at that. That's a fair question. And the one aspect is unintended consequences because the activities that Tabitha has more inward to their campus, putting those on the exterior might have unintended consequences, generally speaking.
Certainly. Yep. Okay.
It also mentioned the height of the windows, and there were a couple other things that the Urban Design Committee said helped reduce the visibility of height.
Right. That's right. That's right. Thanks, Dick. Other questions for staff? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Applicant rebuttal.
Thank you. I guess just a couple clarifying points. It was already brought up. Yeah, the engineers ran storm drainage calculations. And that's not me because I'm not the engineer, but they ran all the calculations they do on every single project, and those calculations showed that this will have minimal impact. It has no negligible impact from what happens now. So with that information, combined with the fact that there is and I don't know where the infrastructure would be, where you'd have to connect to, but there is no way to connect to a storm pipe right there, that it didn't make sense. We'll get Jeff here.
Jeff Morrison at Olson, 601 P Street. So, I did run that comes up. I ran a drainage analysis on this, and when you compare the two, we're looking at existing conditions versus the proposed conditions. And in those existing conditions,
So when you say existing conditions, are you taking into account that it's green space now, or that it used to have the 9 houses on it?
Right, that's what I was going to get at.
Sorry.
Since this used to be 9 houses, we're comparing the 9 driveways, the 9 homes, all the impervious area that was there before. Tabitha had purchased this property, and in preparation of a project had demoed out these houses. And so because they were preparing for a new project, you're comparing the existing conditions of how the storm system was set up in the first place, of the impervious area that was there. Just because it's green space today doesn't mean that that's how everything was set up in the first place. And so we're comparing those conditions to what is out there today. And as another piece of that, the parking lot that actually sits just south of the property is getting reduced as a part of this too. That parking lot extends actually further up north over where the apartment would be going. And so that is actually being cut back as well. So there's kind of some overlap of impervious area that's out there today and still will be as well.
So kind of what I hear you saying, to make sure that I'm understanding, is that the 9 rooftops and their driveways would be about the equivalent of this new L-shaped, or not L-shaped, U-shaped building.
Yeah, there's a minor increase, and that's what was examined in the 2-year, 10-year, and 100-year storm conditions of what that would be. And that's where we were making the case that it wasn't enough to justify a full detention. And then a little bit of explaining on no storm pipes in the area. If you have a detention, you're gonna need to outlet that somewhere. And you can't necessarily just dump that straight back onto the street as well. And you usually will have a storm system in the area that you can combine this in and you're sending your flows into. And so that's where that's coming from.
Very helpful.
And the only addition, even though there is TIF, there is hopefully TIF going to be supporting this project, and the sources and uses are still to be determined. Again, we've got a lot of TIF source uses that are lining up, and without knowing even where we're talking about connecting and what that would be, that would normally be a city cost, I'm just not sure. I don't know that it's feasible, and I would be hesitant to say it's something that might work, especially with a negligible impact to start with. Since we're dealing with a negligible impact to start with.
Any other questions? Anything else?
And I was just one more point, and just in the broad scheme thing, just to make sure, we're talking about 9 single family homes in this. That area is subject to a special permit right now for residential healthcare facilities. The scope would be smaller, but it's already designated for something bigger than single family homes. Its future land use map shows that to be urban density. So yes, there was 9 single family homes there at one point, but that's not, this did not fit into the special permit, which would have been increased, but because it's intergenerational rather than just seniors. But again, previous to this, for example, if this was just seniors, we'd be looking at amending a special permit, not going into this PUD. So again, that doesn't really address any of the issues, height and all that. I just wanted to at least make sure when we're looking at this in the big picture, that this really, from a comp plan, future land use map, and existing special permit, this really is higher density than single family already.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you so
Thank
much. Okay.
I would move that we close the public hearing.
Second, Core.
Jerry?
Okay, Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-0.
I would move that we approve comprehensive plan that is in conformance 21021.
Second, Core.
Discussion, and we'll discuss both of these 5.1A and 5.1B together.
I think it's a tremendous project that they're bringing forward and is representative of the creativity that exists in the Lincoln community that is going to set a national direction that I think is a very positive one. In the old days, as our grandparents aged, they lived right with us. And that doesn't happen anymore. We're too spread out all over the country. And so that's less and less of an opportunity in many cases. But I think what Tabitha is working to create here is something that is unique and would be a real plus in the community and also for the Bryan School of Nursing. So I think it's got a couple good wins in it. As far as the change of zone, I think it makes sense to make it a PUD.
Anyone else?
I don't have any problems with finding it in conformance with the comprehensive plan. I think that this is a unique idea, and Dick's right. It's very creative to pair these two populations together. I think that's a great idea. Worst case scenario, it turns out, just senior living, and I think that would be fine. The sticking point for me is the height, especially where we're putting the tallest part of the building right next to the people that are going to be affected the most. And I don't think that that is fair to put that next to existing uses. And I know in the staff report it talks about, we have made allowances up to 65 feet for many other developments, but the key difference is that those developments were not necessarily in the core part of the city, with the one exception being the one on 48th and Layton, and that doesn't have residential that's so close by. So I think that this project needs some more creativity to design this so that it's not the adjacent neighbors that are getting hit with that full effect of that wall, that tall wall. So I won't support the change of zone, but I will support the comprehensive plan conformance.
I respect and understand all the comments that are going on with my fellow commissioners. And you live in that neighborhood, so I totally understand some of the things that we're talking about today. As we drive around the campus, we have, on the other end, we have the 4-story building that is effective on, I can't remember what the letter of the street is, but, and so we have established some precedent in this neighborhood area, and it appears that from a use standpoint, they've done some really nice things, landscaping and transitionals as a developer in the area. I think that as they continue to develop this project, taking into consideration the neighborhood concerns, that maybe as the design matures, it'll continue to evolve and address some of the issues. And as it drains internally, protect the neighbors and the neighborhood from that. I will be supporting both of the, again, just a little cloudy today, but both of the items today.
No, I like the project. I think that it is very creative and innovative, and the partnerships that we hear is excellent. I do think there is opportunity to be a bit more creative in how that transition happens, similar to, or can happen similar to Commissioner Joy, in terms of creating a new or better environment for the height of the project and how it affects the actual, neighborhood. But I will support the project because I do think it creates a new precedent that we can use from a housing perspective.
Tracy?
Yes.
If we look at the architectural elevation that was shown, basically the elevation is the same on that face, taking advantage of the slope to where it's using the extra height in the lower portion. So I think that makes a difference in how this is being handled.
I agree with my commissioners that this is a really exciting project. It's really fun to think of Lincoln being on the cutting edge of a new way of bringing our community together, bringing our young and our old folks together to share living space and share their lives. So that's very exciting. I will certainly understand and will find that the plan is in conformance. I understand the concerns of the neighborhood, as with the last issue that was in front of us. Change is challenging. It's really, really hard, and it affects the people that have been there, and that's been their community for so long. Tabitha has been a wonderful neighborhood, or has been wonderful to their neighbors, has been a part of that. And I'm hopeful that there can be continuing dialogue. In the meantime, I will support this change of zone. Jerry?
Okay, this is for a finding of conformance for Comprehensive Plan 21021. Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Hoare?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
And Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried, 5-0.
I would also move to approve change of zone 21037.
Second, Joy.
Jerry? Sorry.
Okay.
I'm just looking at you. Go for it.
Okay, this is for the conditional approval of change of zone 21037. Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Core?
No.
Joy?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion failed due to the lack of receiving 5 affirmative votes, 4-1.
David Gary, Director of the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. So just a point of clarification at this point. So the comprehensive plan conformance item was approved. Because we only have 5 voting members here today, the 4-1 vote on the change of zone to PUD failed. That means that item will have to carry over to the next meeting 2 weeks from now. The expectation is that we will have more than 5 voting members at that meeting. I can't predict what that result will be, but what we will do is we will carry this item forward to that agenda item, and there will be another action taken at that time.
Because we've closed the public hearing, however, it will just be a vote. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
That is correct.
I would also recommend that before we move on to the final public hearing, that we take a break.
Yes.
We can transition from this group of people to the people that have been waiting out in the hall.
Yes.
As well as take a break for ourselves.
Excellent.
So I recommend.
Thank you. 10-minute break?
Yep.
10 minutes. Okay, awesome. Thank you. What time is it? So at 4? Okay, perfect.
2 tigers at the Lincoln Children's Zoo tested positive.
For COVID?
Yeah.
You said tigers?
How did they know to test them?
They must not have, they, yeah, could have been crabby.
Okay, we're back. Jerry, do you want to introduce the next public hearing item?
Okay, for individuals who may have just arrived and want to testify on the proposed county text amendment 21009 relating to the solar energy regulations, there is a sign-up sheet located just outside of the chambers, and testimony will be taken from individuals in the order that you did sign in based on position. If you wish to speak on this item and have not signed in, please do so at this time. And there is one caveat to that. We do have one Zoom testifier who will be testifying in neutral, and we're going to allow that person to go before or after the staff have given their presentation, so rather than making them wait for an extended period of time. Okay, so this item is item 5.2 on the agenda, which is text amendment 21009 to amend section 13.051A as identified on today's agenda, which this is amending the section of the Lancaster County zoning regulations related to solar energy conversion system, as I indicated, as identified on today's agenda, rather than reading all of those section numbers. Staff recommendation is for denial. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this item?
I don't see any.
Okay.
Tom?
Tom Chaka, planning staff. So, yes, this application is to amend 3 sections of Article 13.051, Solar Energy Conversion System of the Lancaster County zoning regulations. First amendment is to Section A, Part 2, to add a noise limit for substations that are within a community unit plan. The noise limits, the proposed noise limits are 37 dBA from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. and 40 dBA from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Noise levels would be taken from the closest wall of the dwelling. These noise levels would apply to both participating and non-participating properties. The noise levels proposed happen to be the same as what the noise level limits are for wind turbines. Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department looked at the proposed and believes the existing noise levels provide adequate protection. The health department did support more restrictive noise limits for wind turbines due to their unique properties of noise generated for wind turbines that are not the same for solar substations. The next proposed amendment is to Section A, Part 3, to require an erosion plan with the special permit application instead of prior to building permits. Currently, it is a requirement, but you can do it after the special permit is approved, but prior to getting any building permits or starting operation. Third proposed amendment is to Section A, Part 3, for a fire protection plan. The Lincoln City Fire Department was asked to look at the risk of fire from a ground-mounted solar array, solar farm, and the fire department found the risk to be very low. A review of a paper entitled Health and Safety of Solar Photovoltaics identified that only a very small portion of solar panels are flammable or have flammable material. For instance, One part is the insulation around wiring, and there's some plastic components to the solar panel. The conclusion was from that paper and another source that's in the staff report that fire from solar panels is extremely rare, and if fire has started, it's been from an electrical issue, from improper installation. Most of what I found was that most fires from solar panels are from rooftop mounted solar panels. Fourth proposed change is also to Section A, Part 3, to require an environmental impact study prepared by an independent third-party engineering firm selected by the county. The previously mentioned paper also looked at environmental impacts from solar panels. They do contain a very small amount of toxic chemicals. A test was done to simulate the potential for leaching from broken panels, and that paper found that the toxicity threat from these did not find a potential threat from those toxicity threats. I know one part that people have talked about or brought up was lead in the panels. From what I could find was the lead in the panels was due to lead in solder, and most places do not allow lead in solder anymore. The health department also did not support this condition. Also, they did not see a threat of any kind of contamination to the soil from solar panels. Also would mention that no other use in the zoning regulations requires an environmental impact study. These include manufacturing and processing of chemicals and petroleum products, metal products, salvage yards, or commercial feedlots. Fifth proposed amendment is to increase the number of trees from 4 per 100 feet to 8 per 100 feet, and to provide a cost estimate for maintenance of the vegetation for the life of the project, and also provide a surety to guarantee the maintenance. Only 2 other uses in the zoning regulations requires any kind of landscaping. That's commercial feedlots and cell towers. Neither of these require cost estimates or a surety. Let's see. I believe the screening that's in place today is actually the same as what cell towers require. Let's see, fifth proposed amendment is to Section A, Part 4. Oh, I already did that one, sorry. Last proposed amendment is to change the setback to non-participating properties with or without a house from 100 feet to 500 feet. 100 feet setback, that's in the regulations today, is a larger setback than what the ag district requires for a side yard setback or a front yard setback. The ag district today requires a 60-foot side yard setback for all uses and a 50-foot front yard setback. The rear yard is the same, 100 feet, and that's what's in the ag district today. Also, if it was any type of accessory structure, can actually be closer than those setbacks. For a comparison, we looked at the existing solar array that's out west of town, about northwest 84th and West Holdridge. That has been in operation since 2016. The only issue from that was some of the solar panels were damaged by hail. That has been mentioned before about hail and breaking glass. These panels are similar to a car windshield where they will crack, but they stay intact. They don't, glass doesn't fly from them. The current regulations were adopted by the Lancaster County Board in July of 2020, just a little over a year ago. These existing planning department feels the existing conditions are reasonable for protection of non-participating properties. They provide a proper balance between providing for a solar development and protecting property owners. The planning department recommends denial to this application.
Okay. Questions for Tom? Okay. Next, we'll have testimony from the applicant.
Afternoon. David Bargan, partner with Rembolt Ludke Law Firm here in Lincoln, 1128 Lincoln Mall. My practice is primarily governmental law, including land use regulation. I represent Mick Von Bush and several other Lancaster County landowners who are proposing the text amendment before you today. The purpose of this text amendment is to address specific concerns my clients have now that the county has fundamentally altered community unit plans in the county with text amendment number 21005. Mr. Von Bush was encouraged by Mr. Vest of the county board to present a text amendment of their own that addresses their concerns, and so they have done so in this text amendment number 21009. This amendment addresses 4 items, as you've heard: noise limits of solar facility electrical substations located within a CUP, 2, fire protection in and around solar facilities, 3, environmental impacts from solar facilities, 4, enhanced screening and maintenance of that screening, and 5, increased setbacks. And I'd like to talk about the rationale for each of those briefly. On the noise limits, the proposed noise limits within a CUP are based on the most recent study of noise associated with annoyance and its impact on health concerns by the Lincoln-Lancaster County Health Department. That was conducted in association, of course, with wind tower facilities. The staff report from January of this year on text amendment number 20008 stated, quote, "The scientific research and papers reviewed by the LLCHD indicate that participating property owners report much less annoyance relative to non-participating property owners that are exposed to wind turbine noise. Annoyance is the primary health concern related to wind turbine noise, as this sensation can lead to sleep deprivation, stress, and potentially other negative health consequences." Quote, "In addition, LLCHD's review of the most recent scientific research on wind turbine noise and health continues to validate that the current noise level limits of 37 dBA at night and 40 dBA during the day for non-participating property owners is protective of the health of those people who chose not to participate in the wind energy project." End quote. This annoyance is the basis is the reason the proposed text amendment before you today on noise for solar projects matches that recommended for wind turbines and is limited to projects located in CUPs. Comparing CUPs under county zoning regulations and City of Lincoln zoning regulations, the city's regulations elaborate that uses on outlots in CUP should be protected from building for 99 years, and that they should prohibit, quote, "any activities that would unreasonably disturb the residents of the community unit plan or surrounding neighborhoods." Thus, the idea and the rationale of a CUP anticipates additional protections from activities that would unreasonably disturb residents of a CUP similar to LLCHD's findings of annoyance by non-participating property owners for wind turbine noise. And so, the same scientifically researched noise limits are proposed for this text amendment. On fire protection, the text amendment proposes requiring an applicant to obtain a fire protection plan from fire departments and districts with jurisdiction over the site. You will hear and see evidence today of the unique challenges that large-scale solar facilities can present for firefighting, especially grass fires and wildfires around them. The issue is not necessarily that they might start a fire, it's that they're in the way if a fire does start. Other jurisdictions, such as the state of California, have adopted standards that address overgrown vegetation, protective gear for firefighters, access to solar facilities for firefighting equipment, readily available ways for firefighters to shut down facilities prior to spraying water on them and trying to protect against a fire. These are the issues we seek in a fire protection plan. On the issue of environmental impacts, the text amendment proposes requiring an applicant to obtain an environmental impact study approved by the county. Other sections of the county zoning regulations address environmental impacts from structures, notably Article 10 for wireless communication facilities. Lancaster County Regulations Section 10.009B1 requires an applicant to provide, and if I may just propose or go a little further since I'm the proponent here.
Yes.
Thank you. Requires an applicant to provide copies of any environmental documents required by a federal agency. Other sections require that the Planning Commission consider adverse impacts such as the visual, environmental, or noise impacts. Section 10.010A10 requires the Planning Commission to consider the impact on natural resources, open spaces, recreational trails, and other recreational resources. Thus, all of these requirements can be addressed by an environmental impact study, including drainage concerns, impacts to wildlife, etc., which is why we've proposed that for this text amendment. Screening. The text amendment proposes enhanced screening requirements to ensure its maintenance. This is to address visual impact and property value concerns, especially for nearby and adjacent landowners. By comparison, again, the county's regulations for wireless communication towers mentions concerns with visual impact at least 10 times in Article 10. My clients believe that additional screening is a minimal and easy to comply with regulation that addresses those concerns, particularly where a cell tower is a single tower in a space and the proposed solar facilities could be hundreds or thousands of acres large. Finally, on increased setbacks, the text amendment proposes increased setbacks. This is for the purpose of fire protection as well as to address visual impact and encroachment on incompatible uses. Again, comparing this to Article 10 on wireless cell tower communication towers, which are 3 times as long as the requirements for solar facilities. There are 3 times as many pages of regulations for cell towers than the county currently has for solar facilities. Visual impact and incompatible use concerns are more heavily addressed with a single wireless communications tower than with a sprawling, hundreds of acres solar facility. The increased setbacks are intended to address those concerns. So in conclusion, we ask the Commission to approve and recommend adoption of text amendment number 21009. And I ask that the materials submitted by proponents of this amendment today be made part of the record of this proceeding. And I'd like some time for rebuttal later on, if possible. And I'm happy to answer any questions right now you might have.
Questions? No?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And before we go to testimony here, we're going to turn to Zoom for our testifier online. Mr. Schroeder, are you there? Yes, yes. Please state your name and your address for the record, please.
Thank you. Dennis Schroeder, 15401 Adams Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. I guess my biggest concern today is I'm going to be neutral. In 2 weeks, your body has the application for the Ranger Solar, Salt Creek Solar project to come up in front of the body on October 27th, I believe, is the information I heard. Every item you're talking about today is in relationship to that project. The lack of knowledge out here that this hearing is going on today is exponential. One of your staff exquisitely told me today, I thought you all knew about this. I understand your policies and procedures that because it's amendment, you do not have to do any notification. But I think the body is missing the point when you did not identify these changes that were being made within the project and everything that's on the project that's being talked about. You're nickel and diming this from today versus in the next 2 weeks. So I just wish it would all been discussed at one package. And if that's what the application, that is fine. I understand staff is asking this to be turned down, so possibly what I'm saying is a moot point anyway. With that, I'll stop talking, but I said I just was a little bit annoyed at the fact that there was no outreach out here to the public with anything within this project going on right now. And I think the body failed to do the good communication of that. I'm done.
All right, well, thank you for your testimony.
Okay, we will move on to
testimony and support then.
I do have the sign-in sheets available. I will call off 3 names. So basically we'll go in that order, just as I call those names if you want to come forward, and just wait until the presenter is, or the testifier is completed. The first person is Mick Von Bush. I believe this says, wish to speak. Okay. Melanie Friend and Jim Bopp.
Great. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Mick Von Bush. I live at 1633 North 173rd Street, Lincoln, 68527. Before I say anything at all, I want to thank you all. I mean, you guys backed us. You knew what was going on, and you showed great respect to our communities, and I appreciate that. So, here I have a full copy of the fire plan from, I believe it's San Diego County, California, for solar panels. That's just their fire plan. That's not their regulations on the farm. And I have copies of binders of information for every one of you here, and you guys can have all of this. There's only one copy of the fire plan. It's boring, so I don't think any one of you are going to make it through the whole thing. But throughout the letter of recommendation of denial, he says there's no justification for this or that or whatever. There's most definitely justification for all of this. As we said, there is no regulation on any of this. Honest to God, that's why they're here. It's easier to put it in. All we're asking is for people to take a step back, look at it, figure out what's going on, and make a decision what's best for everybody. Solar is not going to go away, but good God, let's figure out whether it's harmful for us. Let's figure out if it's harmful for the environment around us. Let's figure out what it's going to do to runoff. I mean, all of these things need to be done. I did this text amendment because Chairperson Vest requested that I do it. I took him around to the neighborhood after the board meeting when they voted in the 300 feet setback, and I showed him everything. I showed him the scale. I showed him where things are going to be. I talked to him for over an hour, and he knew very little of what I told him. I mean, nobody seems to know anything about what's going on. This is going through way too fast. Pump the brakes. Learn about it. We don't know what's in them because they won't give us any information. They won't give us a fire plan. I've asked since May for a fire plan from them. They have nothing. So we don't know enough. We really don't. So when we go through this, they say there's no effect on the climate with these. Well, there is on large scales. There's studies showing that large-scale solar farms in deserts reflect a lot of heat. It actually will reduce the temperature of the desert and start changing the habitat. Well, it gets more moisture. Well, moisture comes from somewhere. It's going to equalize out from somewhere. You know, whether it's pulling moisture from rainforests or whatever. There's studies showing it will increase the temperature of the planet. And I haven't sent you guys that article. I can. As far as not being flammable, yeah, they are. Google solar farm fire in Japan on the ocean. It's literally a floating solar farm burning away on the ocean. So a lot of this stuff is just from Not from ignorance, not from not wanting to be better, lack of education. We are uneducated. We've never had a project this size here of this type. So if we really want to push this thing through, we better know what we're up against. I mean, for some lawyers to come in and tell you, yeah, these setbacks are good and those setbacks are good. I mean, the original setbacks of 100 feet from a property, my driveway is longer than that. You know, it's not that far. So I don't know if you guys plan on voting on this today or not. If you don't, please come on out, look around, see what the scale is, see how it affects the area. Not just us, everybody. Like I said, Commissioner Vest asked me, or Councilman Vest asked me to do this. He sent me an email with the form, with instructions on how to do it, because I really think he feels he made a mistake on allowing things as close to homes as he did. So there's my justification. I mean, if nothing else, make them vote on it again. I mean, I think it'll be a different outcome, especially if you get more of the information out there. I'm pretty vague because all these guys behind me have a lot of the details, so I don't want to double it up. But that's pretty much my spiel, is we do not know enough. And if we pass any of this stuff in without knowing, there's going to be massive ramifications. They say it can be put back to farmland. Do we know that? Are they going to go level the hilltops so they have nice flat ground for their solar panels? If they do that, all the topsoil is gone. It will never be farmland for another 100 years. You know, there's things like that no one's thinking about. If they pull out terraces, where's the water going to go? Straight down the hills as fast as it can, and everything's going to be washed away. So it's just a matter of learning. It really is. It's not. No one's saying solar's bad. Solar's never going to happen. You know, everybody knows it's going to happen. But let's just do it the right way. Let's just get through this properly and efficiently and safely for everybody. That's really all I've got. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Melanie Friend, Jim Bob, or Boob, and Andrew Poole.
Good afternoon. My name is Melanie Friend. I live at 1500 North 170th Circle in Lincoln, Nebraska. I live in Sagebrook Estates neighborhood, and I'm testifying in favor of text amendment 21009. So to echo a little bit of what Mick said, on multiple occasions over the past several months, the residents of our neighborhood have been visited by a representative of Ranger Power named Frank Fennessy. The news of the proposed solar project took us all by surprise, and so we had many questions for Frank. Many of the questions we asked, such as, where will the panels be located? Who is funding this project? Or where will the electricity generated go from this project? We were either not answered or answered with the response, I'm sorry, we can't disclose that information. My husband and I are big believers in the phrase, those who have nothing to hide, hide nothing. So this set our trust back right away from the beginning. Another question we asked was, so why would a company from Chicago choose Nebraska as the location for one of its largest solar projects in the nation? To our surprise, in difference to the other questions we asked, the answer to this question was quick and matter of fact: lack of regulations. Nebraska is one of the least regulated states in terms of solar development, and that gives us a lot of freedom to accomplish our goals without having to jump through a lot of hoops or deal with red tape. We can push through our projects faster. And we ask, at what consequence? We are in support of this amendment proposal because we feel that streamlining regulations is an opportunity for the development of solar energy in Lancaster County while still protecting the people who live here and their quality of life. History is filled with examples of corporations that put social responsibility far down on their priority lists, if it is on their list at all. Their first priorities, of course, are profit, shareholder returns, and competitive advantage. This may or may not be the case specifically with Ranger Power, the company involved in this current project that's affecting our area, but who knows if the next company to come along will be trustworthy. Just this weekend, I was at the farmer's market downtown, and I talked to a farmer from Unadilla who received a letter offering $1,200 an acre to rent his farmland to be used for solar development. Lancaster County will not be the only county facing these issues, and we are in the position to be a model of how to do it right. We feel that adopting this amendment is a step in the right direction. One area that is addressed in the proposed amendment that is a big concern to our family is that of possible toxicity within the components of the solar panels and what the ramifications are if those panels were to be damaged. We have been told by Ranger Power that the panels do not contain toxic chemicals. However, rather simple research tells us differently. A Forbes magazine article published in May of 2019 states that, quote, contrary to previous assumptions, pollutants such as lead or carcinogenic cadmium can be almost completely washed out of the fragments of solar modules over a period of several months, for example, simply by rainwater. Sean Fogarty of the Concerned Citizens of Fawn Lake in Virginia estimates that there are 100,000 pounds of cadmium contained in the 1.8 million panels within the project there. Leaching from broken panels damaged during natural events like hailstorms, tornadoes, and decommissioning is a big concern. A tornado in 2015 broke 200,000 solar modules at a California solar farm called Desert Sunlight. As you know, both of these natural events are common here in Nebraska. We ourselves have replaced 2 roofs over the last 5 years because of hail, and to our knowledge, there is no solid decommissioning plan on the part of Ranger Power. This needs to be required before approval of these projects get the go-ahead. We encourage you to be proactive in implementing stricter regulation across the board in accordance with increasing scientific evidence that solar panels do pose a risk of toxic chemical contamination if waste issues are not preemptively addressed. And finally, I would like to personally thank each one of you for your service to this community and for your time and thoughtful consideration of the proposed text amendment. When the time comes to vote, I respectfully urge you to vote yes. Are there any questions you have for me?
Thank you so much.
Jim Bob, Andrew Poole, and Mike Bennis.
My name is Jim Bopp. I live at 1855 North 173rd Street. First, I'd like to thank you all for your service and your dedication. I know you're volunteers and you do a lot of hard work. And it's my second time speaking here. I'd like the way you guys operate. You respect what we have to say and you listen, and I really appreciate that. I think we all do. I want to speak specifically in support of this text amendment today, in particular about the fire protection plan. I am a professional firefighter. I have been since 1982. And I'm very disappointed in the way that the planning department looked at this. I got to tell you, I read it and I was really taken back. They focus on rooftop solar panels, which is of course what we're not talking about. We're talking about thousands of acres spread over the entire county. The problem is not necessarily the panels. Yeah, you could have a short. He even mentioned shorts could start fires. The problem is just the fact that you're changing the environment. You're going to have grasses growing. If we're not careful, we don't plant the right grasses, we don't take care of them correctly, you add a huge amount to the fuel load in the area. And as a professional firefighter, early on in my career, I started in the military, and I went to places like Hawaii and deployed where they had a lot of grass fires. I got to do this, and it's not a lot of fun. I'm not a municipal firefighter, however, I had to do that originally. It's a lot of work. The big concerns for us is fuel load when you're out there fighting wildland fires, access for your apparatus and to get firefighters in there, and then, of course, water supply. So an effective fire protection plan is going to address all those. First of all, the fuel load. I gave you guys a San Diego County fire protection plan for a large solar facility. I also did a little bit of research, found Australia, who, by the way, gets 11% of their power from solar now. They're pretty good at this. They require a professional-made fire protection plan just because of this. So they look at things like what grasses you should have in the area, how quickly will they dry out, how should they be maintained so you don't add to that fire load. The screening plan, we talked about that a little bit. The key for me to that when it comes to fire protection, it has to be maintained properly. If you don't take care of those trees, they're going to dry out and die, and that's going to add to the fire load also. This is especially important when we're talking about CUP neighborhoods. You know, these are residences. I live in one of these. My family lives there. My grandkids come to visit me there. You know, I've seen grass fires. On a windy day, if you can't approach that fire from the right direction, and I could go into it and bore you, but I won't do that, it's a problem. It's a huge problem. It's going to slow you down. When you look at this fire protection plan, you notice they talk about access. Access is huge. How do we get apparatus in and out? And you can't just have one rule in place. It needs to be an individual plan because every piece of land is a little different. Where are the county roads at? Is there a tree line? Is there a creek you have to cross? There's a big L shape that you can't get to from here. So how many gates you have is huge. The roads inside need to be designed to carry water tankers. Those things weigh a lot, 50,000 pounds, some of them. I've got to get water in there to fight that fire, to do it effectively. The panels need to be far enough apart that you can get grass rigs, the small four-wheel drive grass rigs, between the panels to help fight those things if you need to get in there. So fuel load, access, and then water supply. Water supply study needs to be done so you understand how far you are from your water supply. Obviously, we live in the county, there's no fire hydrants. And I don't expect there will be any. However, if you can plan ahead and know that it's going to take you, say, 30 minutes to establish a good water supply, that tells you a lot about how far the setback should be between the fuel load, the grass, and the edge of our community. And that's what fire protection engineers do. They figure those things out for you. They understand the delay. They look at those delays and understand that it's not necessarily the panels that are the hazard. It's the change in that environment that the panels, the facility has caused. And make no mistake about it, it is a power production facility. And that's how it should be approached. So I would encourage you to vote yes for this amendment. I thank you for your time, and do you have any questions?
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay, we have Andrew Poole, Mike Bettis, and Rhonda Bopp.
Good afternoon. I've been here for quite a while. I know you guys have all been here for a while as well. They put a lot on your guys' agenda today, or on your docket, so I can certainly appreciate that. I wanted to talk about a few things here. I think what sometimes gets lost in this is, this came up in the county commissioner meeting when we met with them, is we were discussing primarily CUP programs, or CUP lots there. And a lot of the proponents talked as if it got shut down, it would shut down the entire project. I want to, just for scale, be able to show how big this project is. In the pamphlet, or in the booklet that you guys have, this is on about page 4 or 5, not this particular view, but the view that they gave to us. For fair disclosure, this is done on Google. And so this is taking that map that's on page 4 or 5 in there that shows it over the county and drawing it out over those properties and bringing it over the city of Lincoln. For reference, this is 27th Street, this is 84th Street, Holdridge to south. This isn't a small project, this is a sizable project. If we overlay that over the city of Lincoln, we're just looking for some rules that help govern us over this. First thing I want to mention on the setbacks, and I have two neighborhoods that I want to use as an example on the setbacks. The county commissioners provided a setback of 300 feet on the CUP programs, or CUP lots. This happens to be 155th and Adams. This is in your guys' booklet. And in this particular neighborhood, they have a CUP outlot on one side that is subscribed to this program, and they have a non-CUP outlot on the other side. So the 300-foot setback provides them protection behind their homes, but on the other side of it, we don't have as much protection. So the request of the setback change is to make these things congruent. In the particular case of these homes, a lot of these homes are set back, or the homes are about 200 feet away from the property line, and they gave them an extra 300 feet beyond that. When we draw the line from the house to the setback, in a lot of these cases, it's going to be within 150 feet. So they're not given as much protection on one side of the house as they are on the other side of the house. This is another neighborhood that has a similar situation, but what's unique about this neighborhood is we actually have other homes in the area as well. So this home is not on a CUP. This home down here is not on a CUP. And so they have a 100-foot setback across their property line. In this particular CUP, this happens to be the CUP outlot. All these homes are in the CUP. So these homes have the 300-foot setback. This home here, there's actually two homes in here. You can barely see this one, and then there's this one here. They don't get that protection on this side of it, so they're in a similar situation as the other setup there. So one last picture, and this one's in the booklet as well. This is in relation to the screening, and it looks like my picture is going to be a little off on here, but this happens to be our property. We have 6 trees. Conveniently, and not by planning, they happen to span 95 feet. Once again, we didn't have any of this surveyed. These maps are all from Google. None of this is surveyed out, but how we did this was my wife and I pinwheeled a 25-foot tape measure, came up with 95 feet. So give or take a few feet one direction or another. In this particular case, we have 6 trees, but what you can see is the spacing in between these trees. The tallest tree is 10 foot tall, and the smallest tree is at 8 foot tall. And the current rules say that they can have 4 trees in here. So if we knock out 2 trees out of this, we reduce our screening. We reduce the visual impact, which we've already talked about or heard from the visual impact on cell phone towers. We do think this is important to make sure that we have the adequate screening as these things are going to be relatively close. So the last thing I really want to say is a lot of these things to us are very symbiotic in nature. They all come together. They're things that one of the parts of the text amendment directly impacts another part of it. The requirement for maintenance. If we don't have maintenance upheld on this, it does create an issue with fire. We have people drive down our roads all the time, and frequently we take a walk down that road and find cigarette butts out there. We all know that it just takes one spark to get that going. And so we're asking for rules that dictate how these things are maintained and how this is protected us from fire, from just abnormal instances happening. As Mr. Bopp mentioned, it's not about the solar panels, it's about all the other things that come around to it. So the environmental impact component to it, there's one part of it that I think has been missed in the conversation. A couple of years ago, the county commissioners met together and talked about the possibility of doing a wheel tax on the greater county. And one of the primary reasons that they looked at that was because of lack of funding to repair bridges. A lot of that has to do with the watershed in the county. And we need to have that environmental impact study to understand how is this going to impact water runoff and how is this going to impact our bridges. Is this going to create a larger burden for the county when it comes to repairing bridges and roads and maintaining those things? We do know that we're changing this from farm ground into something different. It's going to change how the watershed works. And we want to make sure that those things are protected and we don't end up creating a bigger issue for ourselves than we already have. So, time up? No. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm happy to keep going if you guys want me to keep going.
Copies of those for the record?
Yes. These, do you want all of them? This is the only one that's not in the booklet.
Okay.
They're in the book.
All right.
They're in the booklet.
This one, though.
Maybe not that one.
That one is.
Okay.
And could I also
question.
get you to state your name and address?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Andrew Poole.
Yep.
4700 Maddie Street.
Thank you.
So, and I'd entertain any questions if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mike Bennis, Rhonda Bopp, and Ed Bennis.
All right, first I'd like to thank all of you for your time today, listening to all of our concerns and everything. I have a lot to get through, so I'm going to try to go fast.
Can you share your address with us?
Oh yeah, sorry. Mike Benz, 1741 North 173rd Street, Lincoln, Nebraska 68527.
Thank you.
In the staff report that references the 2040 comprehensive plan, the first thing that Tom referenced, the last sentence of it, which is its paragraph 1.4, states, the 2040 plan describes a community that values natural and human resources, supports advances in technology, and encourages development that improves the health and quality of life of all citizens. I'd like to emphasize that last part, improves the health and quality of life of all citizens. Also within there, it covers, the desire to attract new and expanding industries, keyword being industry. We've talked about Ranger Power. On their own website, it says it is a utility scale solar farm. It's not a little one, it's a big one. Getting into there, just general question. I don't really have a good answer to it, but how often are utilities, any kind of facility for utility, placed close to residential? The wastewater, other power plant, I don't know that answer. I don't know what regulations there are. My main thing that I'm going to focus on is noise. So just real quick, it is the city of Lincoln to prevent excessive sound and vibration, which will jeopardize the health and welfare or safety of its citizens or degrade the quality of life. I understand that is from the city code, but it still is recognized that excessive sound can jeopardize the quality of life. With that, again, as already stated, the wind energy sound levels are lower than what is proposed. And then real quick, for those of you who don't know how decibels work, for every 10, it is a 10-fold increase in intensity, which is perceived as twice as loud by humans. So with that, I bought a decibel reader. I've been out taking a bunch of readings, every morning in my driveway, whatnot. I average about 30 to 34 in my driveway, which would be the closest point to the solar panel. The proposed maximum during the day from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. is 60 decibels. So, doing the math, that's 1,000 times more intense, 8 times louder. I have a bunch of pictures. Not sure which way I'm supposed to put them. Okay, this is the substation out at 134th and Adams. From where I was standing, that is 170 yards to the actual station. I know this because I use my golf rangefinder. Not a cheap one, it's one of the really expensive ones. Comes in really handy out there. Standing there, it was reading 50 decibels, give or take. And that's 170 yards away. The next thing that I kind of want to talk about there, it's going to sound a little weird. There's a point to it. Lawnmowers. I don't know how many of you like the sound of a lawnmower. I don't know how many of you want the sound of a lawnmower running from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And why I bring this up is I went around, I took a bunch of pictures. My lawnmower is right there. That is 42 yards away. That is a 25 horse Cub Cadet, big one.
1 minute.
It's 42 yards away. That was just at 60 decibels. Here's another angle. It's right over there. That is 60 yards away, still 60 decibels. I had to get out to this point, which you can't even see it on here, but it is right there. That is over 100 yards away before it dropped below 50 decibels. Getting into some other stuff, just real quick, since I don't have too much time left. Here is a picture that I took this last weekend. These trees are in my outlot. This is the community that I moved to, that the 2040 comprehensive plan says it needs to protect existing neighborhoods. Those trees are outside 300 foot. There's a very likely chance that they're going to tear those down. I didn't move out to the country to look at that, which that is a solar ranger installation. I guess if I can, just have a little more time.
We have an awful lot of people behind you. If you could wrap it up in the next 20, 30 seconds, that'd be great.
Just kind of the final things, again, special permit process is kind of being abused to get past zoning regulations with this. Mr. Levy, the attorney for Ranger Power, has continually stated that it's about landowner rights. As mentioned in the CUP language for the city of Lincoln, it wasn't mentioned, but it is in the general concern section of the booklet, that there is what is called the BTA overlay district, and that applies to everything within 3 miles and where and henceforth can be within 3 miles of the city limit. Those provided protections for CUPs. Those protections are being ripped away by the special permit process. We're just simply looking for protections in place. My way of life was around moving out to the country for peace and quiet, not having to look at that. I think that's about it. I guess one final thing, one final picture. Here is a picture of a tree that I haven't taken the best care of by itself. This tree is 10 foot tall, and in the main pictures, that one, the tall one, 21 foot tall, those went in at the same time 5 years ago. So it takes work. It's mostly clay loam out there. So any questions?
Thank you very much.
And can I get copies of those photos for the record?
Yeah, a lot of them aren't in the thing, but you guys can have these.
And we have Rhonda Bob, Ed Bynes, and Josh Bulow.
Hello, I'm Rhonda Bopp. I live at 1855 North 173rd Street. Again, thank you all for taking the time to listen to our concerns today. The front of my home would be directly in front, across the street from this large solar project. I have sincere and grave concerns for my family's safety and quality of life. The transfer of agriculture land to energy production may at first look like a profitable venture, a logical decision. However, when one examines the risk versus benefit, it is not. There are several concerns for the county and even the farm owners. Larger insurance requirements, personal injury and illness issues, toxic chemicals in our land and in our water, fire endangering our lives. Our property values are going to plummet. That will affect the tax base. Erosion of our land causing flooding, noise pollution, and wildlife will move on, and that will affect our ecosystem. There's also the decommissioning question. Most likely, the fields will simply be abandoned, and we will have to take care of it as county taxpayers. These are all proven effects of solar farms on ag land. We should be looking at alternatives, like school parking lots, generating tax dollars. We already know that Ranger Power has targeted Nebraska because we don't have any regulations in place. The planning department is failing the citizens of Lancaster County, failing us, the people they're supposed to be helping and protecting. I would like to remind everyone what is defined in the 2040 plan as agriculture land. Land principally in use for agriculture production. Agriculture land may be in transition for more diversified agribusiness ventures such as growing and marketing of products, horticulture, aquaculture, on-site. Nothing in there about industrial power plants. I am asking that you adopt every line item in this proposed text amendment and continue your support and the quality of our life of the citizens of Lancaster County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Ed Beans, Josh Bulow, and Haley Bulow.
Again, thank you for the hearing you're holding. If my voice gets squeaky, it's the first time I've been in front of your board, and I wasn't good in speech class in high school. My son spoke two before me.
Before you go any further, can you give us your name and your
Ed
address?
Benz, 524 Southside Drive, Lincoln, Nebraska.
Thank you.
My family history is dated back from about 1910 at Aurora, Nebraska, with my grandpa farming. My dad with the family farms. There was 4 boys, so there was only enough for 2 boys. But my dad went into agricultural sales with Sears and Roebuck and also farming at York State Bank. I also, after I graduated, went to my brother-in-law and sister's farm west of Seward in 1973. One thing at that time, that if any of you guys had any small town background and you like to go out and hunt and fish, unfortunately the farmers in that time wanting to go yield, we tore a lot of waterways out to do irrigation, as it did feed America people. I'm not saying like with electricity with solar panels will help. Like one of the earlier speakers, we all need energy and it has to be done right. Again, the old saying, the cart and the horse where you position them. The sad thing is when I moved into Lincoln, I missed that special feeling being out in the country. When I first came in to live in Lincoln, I felt like a caged cat. Because like so many people behind me, love that silence We were just out at Branched Oak Lake and we had some beautiful quiet days. You see the lake just calm. These people love that area. They're concerned about environment. As I spoke about the farming, the sad thing is what we did to the farming because of the water and irrigation out there caused the demise of not very many pheasants, hardly any quail, and I haven't seen a jackrabbit for about 25 years south of Goner, Nebraska. I got to see my first one in August in South Dakota by Rapid City this year. So the thing is with that environment, some of the studies I can relate to the firemen because I was on a volunteer fire department at Tamara. We had the Burlington railroad tracks. At that time, there were wood ties or cement, and we had to figure out with the Jeep, the narrowness to get down, stop the trains, where was our water supply? Tamara didn't have a town with a water hydrant. We had to get water from Goner, Seward, Staplehurst, most likely Utica. And so that concern of that. Some of the readings too, you know, with the firemen knowing how to shut the stuff off, electrocution. There's some studies, and I'm not as prepared like other people have been, but the birds, the habitat around there, they want to still nestle. They generate heat and that. Going back to that area, my wife and I would have liked to gone out there. We did. There was a lot out there, and there's certain areas out there. When a board, people go out there and buy a certain area, just like the previous thing in the area you were concerned about stuff. If you could go out there and experience that and know what that is, that's why you set your goal in life. And I know things change goals, but you have to, even though you plan something, may a little change. The noise level, like my son was talking about, I bought a generator for my RV camper in case we ever had to dry camp. And it was the decibel limit I was trying to get as low as 60 or 50. There was only one lower than mine. And if you realized if you had that generator outside your house and that noise level, it's like a library. You want quiet for certain reasons. You don't want noise all day long. There's a rest time and it does bother people. And so, like I say, I'm not as prepared. I'd like to have lived out in that area, and I think I will continue to live in Lincoln, Nebraska, but I'm going to enjoy my RV camping so I can go out and enjoy that area. There's gifts in life. I know one time about 8 years ago, I called a place in Chicago with health insurance, and she asked me, "Where do you live?" And I said, kind of out in the country, and says, "You are so gifted because of the space." And I don't consider Lincoln a big town like Chicago.
1 minute.
But we have a resource here that we have to treat right. And so I will kind of pass my time, but I know there are concerns that we have to take with animals and that because this is affecting us. And one other short thing is why I don't know the accuracy, but one of the other speakers told about why aren't they saying about where's that electricity? Is it really going to benefit us? Like the Keystone Pipeline, if it would have went through, I would have supported it if it would have really benefited us. But if the oil was going overseas, did it really benefit us? And they would not answer that question. So thank you again. Please hold all the comments that everybody else dear to your heart and try to put yourself in the people's condition outside an agricultural community too. Because yes, we need to eat food, but everything has to be in a right balance. And I believe there's another area for this to do that would not have as many concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Josh Bulow, Haley Bulow, and Stuart Hoff.
All right, hi there. My name is Josh Bulow. I want to say thank you again for allowing me to come to speak before you. I know you guys have a job in sitting here and volunteering for this. You have a long day today. What I wanted to point out real quick on this map, what Tom had talked about is that solar farm that they had not have any problems. That's right here, that little orange spot right there is the solar farm they're talking about. All of this red is the potential. The size doesn't even compare to what we're talking about in regards to that. I'm going to show you also why, though, some of this orange area that they may even have a problem and they don't even know about it yet. I'm disagreeing with the denial part, that I would ask that you guys approve this for a couple different reasons. For health and safety stuff that we're talking about, chemicals in the solar panels are cadmium telluride. And what this does, according to OSHA, on their website, cadmium became an important metal in the production of solar cells, which is what we're talking about. But cadmium and its components are highly toxic, and exposure to this metal is known to cause cancer and targets the body's cardiovascular, renal, gastrointestinal, neurological, reproductive, and respiratory systems. This is something serious that we're talking about with hail, anything, wind, or any of these kind of things. If they are damaged, and exposed to water, cadmium could leach into the water ground. When we have, behind my house, there is a water down there that's protected, and this could leach into that when we're talking about this. What I want to show you also, because we don't see a lot of the things wrong with what's going on with solar. So what I want to show you is, this is in Japan, a solar farm that was damaged by wind. Okay, if any of this would be into the ground, all of this stuff would be all over. We're talking about EPA would have to come in there and clean in hazmat suits, because of if you touch it and you ingest it, it can cause cancer. Here is a picture of hail damage. You know, we talk about, we have hail all the time in Nebraska. I know that they say it can't puncture, but guess what? There are things that it can. And here's another form to show you about hail, where if it's leached into the ground, once it's broken, water can go through there and all that chemical can leach into the ground. It also can get into the air with that as well. What I want to also show you is, this is in Puerto Rico when they had the hurricane. Look at that, that's 200 acres of solar panels that are all destroyed, okay? We deal with tornadoes, we deal with wind and everything else. What I want to show you is, the next thing is fire. We talk about fire, that solar panels don't cause fire. There's a reason why you can't can't find some of this stuff. According to the National Fire Data Center, there is no information available on the number of fires from solar power systems, rooftop or ground. The group says that they do not have a code yet for it, so they don't track it, meaning these events end up in a very large other category. So when you try to look for it, you can't find it. What I wanted to show you today real quickly is, if this can end up showing up, this is what arcing in a solar farm would end up being. That's arcing from a solar farm. So if that grass was not green right there, and when we talk about it, that would be a fire. That's going to be around my house. When the setbacks that we're talking about, this is something totally huge. The other thing that you don't realize too, that arcing, the DC power does not get shut off. Even if they have one of those automatic shutoffs outside for the fire department, DC power goes through the solar panels. You would have to cover all those solar panels in order for that DC energy to be done. So that arcing would still continue if it's coming through there still, okay? Those are huge concerns for us. I want to show you when we talk about Japan. Japan has a fire that on floating, this is on water. This is floating on water solar panels, and we're talking about fires, okay? Talk about rooftops. This is a rooftop right here where solar panels have caught fire. Walmart and Amazon buildings have caught fire that they've actually sued Tesla, which is a reputable company. We've all heard of Tesla, that they've sued them because their panels are catching on fire, and they've actually asked them to remove them from their rooftops. Here's another one in Albuquerque, New Mexico, that a community center was caught on fire due to solar panels. Here's another one that really concerns me, the easiness of a solar farm that burned almost 1,100 acres in California in 2019 due to a bird. A bird touched 2 wires and it sparked, and over 1,100 acres burned to the ground. That's going to be around my house. So these setbacks of 500 are not even near enough for what I'm talking about when I've got 8 kids, and yes, they aren't here today, but at the same time, I'm trying to protect my family from these things. So if you guys think that 500 feet is far enough, I'm telling you from a parent standpoint, it's not, when I have to be concerned with these things that are starting potentially on fire. And for them to end up saying that that we have current regulations in there, just so you know, here's a rooftop of Walmart. Here's a rooftop of Amazon that's caught fire due to solar panels. If we want to say that they don't cause fire, it's because they're not looking when they don't want to look. And the data is not there yet in regards to this. I'm asking you, please, to accept the recommendations that we're talking about to protect us, the people who are Nebraskans. I want to have a future here, and I think that this is so hard for all of us who have moved and built our homes around here, and now we're getting forced to end up changing something we get no benefit whatsoever to. It will only potentially hurt us. Our house values, our safety, and the community. And so when we're asking regarding setbacks and we're talking about regulation stuff, this is very important for all of us, and I hope you guys can see that this is something that we need to be on top of before, and they can say, oh, well, let's just do this during the actual permit part. No, we need to know now what these regulations are to help protect our family. I appreciate really what you guys do, because I know you guys are volunteers to do this and you're staying here to listen, but please, if you don't even know how far away these are, come out to our places and take a look to see how this is actually going to affect our homes and our families. That's what I care about more than anything, is the safety of my family, and how do I best help protect them, is by coming before you guys and trying to help set regulations that are not set. And last year, those regulations were set when none of us even knew about it. And it was also during the pandemic when nobody could even be anywhere. So for that to get passed during that time was very hard. And maybe some of you and maybe the county board didn't understand what was actually being passed before. Now when we get more information, you guys are better educated, as we are too, but we still don't know all of the ramifications because it's never been around residential homes. So I'm asking to please take these into consideration. I will give these to be entered into the record if you would like. Do you guys have any questions?
I don't think we do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have Haley Bulow, Stuart Hoff, and Rye Collins.
All right, I'm Haley Bulow, 3300 North 155th Street in Lincoln, Nebraska. Do you need the zip code?
No.
No. Okay. So I am coming up a lot of the stuff that has already been stated, but I think just first, thank you guys for listening to us the last time that we were here, and just really hearing our hearts of, where our homes are and how we don't get a say in all that's going on around us, but we're the ones that are going to be affected by it. The solar company, Ranger Power, is coming out and planting all of these panels basically behind our backs. They can sleep at night, they get to reap the money, we reap the consequences. The landowners, same thing. Majority of the landowners out there do not live out there. They lease their land to be farmed, they do not live on it. And again, they get to walk away with lots of money and sleep at night. We have to not sleep at night because we are now worried about what are the effects that are gonna happen around our house. And this is, I don't know which way to put this, just to give you perspective of where we live. Upside down, I guess it doesn't matter, but we are one of the ones, our house is right here, that will be completely covered by solar panels, and possibly the one across the street. So our 4 houses will have hundreds of acres of solar panels around us. So we are very concerned with how are we gonna get out if there is a fire. I do ask that you guys take the time, not today, obviously, if you're voting today, but go drive out, starting from about 134th all the way to 190th, from O to Havelock. That's what it's going to cover. That's how much ground it's gonna cover, and until you visually go out there and see it, you don't realize how big this project is. It would be in the best interest for caring and protecting us as the residents out there to require an extensive fire plan before the project is put in place, not after the fact, just for protection of us as residents. Third-party testing, again, I support that with the chemicals. We know that there's chemicals in them, and why they say there's a small amount. Maybe there's a small amount in one, but if you have millions of solar panels out there, that amount adds up. And then what will the effect be if they get damaged? Testing the ground. There hasn't been a ton of talk about testing the ground, but there's many articles that it takes 20 to 40 degrees that it will change the ground temperature. So one of the things about living outside and living on an acreage is you love to be outside. That's a lot of it, especially with our kids. And if that changes the ground temperature when it's beautiful at 75 right now, it could be anywhere from 95 to 105 to 110 degrees outside. We're not going to want to be out there with that. So testing, what is the ground temperature? Is it going to change it 20 to 40 degrees? How will that affect the people? Is it safe for people? How will that affect the animals? Are you going to drive them out? And I would also suggest doing your research on this solar panel company. They've been known to plant them and walk away. Are they going to do that here? Are they going to plant it, get their money, and walk away? Who's going to be responsible for that? The landowners? Why are they requiring the landowners to carry high insurance? Why are they not going to be bonded till year 15? Questions that should be answered. And who is going to be the ones taking care of the landscaping, the trees, the fencing, the roads? Who's liable for all of that? I think the other thing is, the question is, where is the electricity going? We're going to ruin all of our farmland here.
1 minute.
And ruin the land that us as residents could future build on. And the electricity is not even going to go here. It's going to go to somewhere else. So we are ruining our Nebraska farmland for someone else who's going to reap the electricity. So those are just some of the points that I have, but also, just obviously, and I don't think 500 feet is enough for setbacks with where I live, but it's better than the 300 that is already proposed. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Stuart Hoff, Rye Collins, and the last one on the sign-up sheet is Kent Asher, at least in favor of the text amendment.
Afternoon. My name's Stuart Hoff. I live at 8019 Leo Lane, Lincoln, Nebraska. Like I said, the earlier meeting I've been to, I've had concerns about this project. Today, I am all for this amendment 21.009. My concern here is the environment. There's much talk about heat islands, wildlife interference, etc. I'd like to emphasize the soil erosion. Understand that this project started the request of 1,000 acres inside the city jurisdiction. It's grown to over 3,000 acres in the county now. Why? The topography of the ground in the proposed area is not level or even slightly sloping. It's called rolling plains for a reason. The topography is flat areas. It has sloping areas. I'm concerned that people don't understand this, especially the people that are building this project. We have things like perched water tables in this area due to the topography of this ground. This has been a dry year in 2021. You don't see a lot of that in this area. I'm sure a lot of sump pumps in people's basements have been running much this summer. We get a wet area like 2 years ago or 6 years ago, or really wet summer like 1993, erosion is going to be an issue, and these perched water tables are going to show up. And if a company's not careful where they're placing some of the foundations for the solar panels, those solar panels are not going to be stable in those particular spots. Now, I won't go into the groundwater contamination. That's another topic of discussion. Now, from what I read on solar panels, these panels can only operate on 0 to 6% sloping soils or ground. So if on 2 to 6% slope can cause water erosion, especially on bare soils, like that in construction sites. This is going to be a large construction site. Maybe it's not all done at once, but it's going to be construction sites every time they place a set of panels in particular areas. So now this construction project would be much like placing superstructures over a large central area and then trying to control the runoff from it. Much like this building, when it rains on this has places the runoff water from this roof goes to control the runoff water for it's coming from. So now, from what complicates the matter after construction is complete is ground cover. Now, we're putting panels out in fields, and the plan is you put ground cover out there. The panels will be covering the sunlight from the ground cover, so there'll be areas that do not get anything to grow underneath the panels. Rainwater hits the panels, much like this glass, it's all going to end up falling in one particular area on the bottom of the panel. Thus, start creating a rill and start creating erosion because it's concentrating the soil flow, or the water flow in the soil. These areas had issues in the past in this particular areas. That's why NRD and the NRCS have been worked actively with farmers and landowners to control water flows into the tributaries and into the stream flows, watersheds in this area. We have many dams in the area from the NRD. NRCS works with farmers to get them to convert to no-till agriculture to reduce runoff from tilled ground, which is similar to construction ground. These panels are not pasture nor ag ground that has been tilled, which after wetting for these sorbent soils in this area, after the ground is wetted after rainfall, they can only accept 0.28 to 0.35 inches of water per hour. Now, if we get some of the high intense rainfalls like last night, the weather station that's on a facility that I manage, it showed we got 55 hundredths in 1 hour period last night out there. That would cause runoff for that area. So the panels will take in no water themselves, concentrating the water, impact the soil to small concentrated areas. Even in the open areas after construction project or tilling the ground, placing native species or doing no-till farming, these soils do not recoup their intake levels for 5 to 7 years. And if anybody wants to question me on that, I'll give you the information of that I have. I don't have it here. It's pretty complicated. As for landowners, I hope they understand whether they are farming the land or not and are in the federal farm program at this time, may come under scrutiny by USDA NRCS if a neighbor complains around runoff off of their property onto the neighbor's property. With that, if they are not in the federal farm program, erosion issues also fall under the Nebraska Erosion and Sediment Control Act. That applies to the landowner and anyone that is leasing property from the said landowner. So it's going to involve both of those.
Fine.
I got one more paragraph, please. May I? Okay.
Sure.
I've not touched base on the Federal Clean Water Act, which also involves controlling upstream erosion and pooling of waters. With all this involved, my question to the county is prepared for the amount of change of water flows in the county road ditches, small streams, and tributaries in Stephen Creek and Camp Creek watersheds. There should be an environmental study for this proposed project. It should be done on a third party that has no ties to Ranger Power or Lancaster County. It would be in the best interest of the county, along with Cass County, since they're starting to get ground in Cass County now. Ranger Power is. Since the land in that county is also being included in proposal, I asked to vote for this amendment, 21.009, for these reasons, just these reasons alone for the erosion. Is there any questions?
There's a lot going on there.
Okay, thank you for listening to me. I'm sorry I stuttered. So.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, Bry Collins and Kent Asher.
Bry Collins, 4500 North 176. Let's see. I'm just after I'm going to talk about the 500-foot setback because it would be right at my front door. And, you know, I know the planning department recommends that it's just 100 feet, but this isn't ag like the zoning is out there. So I think, and I only have, it's only these few words I have, but a special permit should require special rules. So I know they have their rules for what they do out there, but this is a special 20-year permit or something like that. but it should just have special rules, and I'm just asking for those special rules. It's a really big deal. You know, we would like more than 500 feet, obviously, but if we could just think about that for a second. And that's all I'll say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kent Asher?
I'll try to be short. Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed changes to the text amendment 21009. I'm Ken Asher, homeowner, located at 3000 North 155th Street, part of Adams Street acreages. From day one, I believe that the large solar conversion systems should have their own zoning. There's a lot of people not in agreement with me, but if you look out there, I believe that there's way too many things with these large facilities to not have its own zoning. And I understand that it's easier to put a text amendment in there and make it pass quicker. Utility scale solar farms are not farms. The popular term solar farm is dangerously misleading concept, as solar farms pose a direct and very real threat to agriculture, forestry, scenic beauty, unspoiled natural resources, and water systems. They're industrial projects that convert large tracts of farmland into rows of glass panels, and is an industrial activity where farmland is converted into electric power generation station. A solar farm is an industrial enterprise that is wholly unrelated to and not supported as farm use. The construction of solar power generation site on land previously dedicated to farming is actually destructive of the underlying farm acreage, because the site is typically cleared of much of its topsoil, as you've heard, compacted, and chemically treated to control the plant growth. This week I spoke to Chris Schroeder from the Nebraska Department of Environmental Quality at the Lancaster County Health Department, and he stated that new zoning, when they're going to put industrial zoning next to residential, needs to be a minimum of 300 feet. This information is also stated in the Plan Forward 2050 plan under Policy 61. Large solar facilities have many of the same characteristics as industrial zoning, such as an electric substation. The main difference is the amount of area solar panels will cover. So my concerns with the possible project this large are with fires, natural disasters, and health risks. The current project proposed in my area is well over 3,000 acres. This is why I believe the text change with a setback of 500 feet on all non-participating adjacent ground is justifiable. And I thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that concludes our testimony and support.
Are there others that didn't get signed in?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tracy Larson, 1300 North 182nd Court, Lincoln, Nebraska 68527. And just like everyone else here said today, thank you for listening to us. I'm the emotional one, so I try not to do it, but I've been sitting there a really long time. It's been a long day, and I know it has really been for you guys, but you guys were so good the first time around, and I thought we was all on the same page on how this was going. And the group of people here have done so much research. And I'm sitting here listening. There's not one good thing that's came out of this that is positive. So it's great. It's 500 setbacks, but there's nothing good. We need a different area. That should be the goal. There's so many wrong things, and if we have our health and safety, and that's what I'm worried about, because it is happening, we need to get this right. If we mess up in a few years, 5, 10, 15, 20, all of our children and our grandchildren, it's going to make a huge impact. These things are toxic. They're not good. There is fire, and when that happens, who are we going to look at and say, who's going to be here and accountable? Ranger Power, what business is going to be here in 20 years from now? I don't know about you guys, but I'm blessed enough to work at one company for 16 years. My husband's going on 35 years. That doesn't happen anymore in this world. Businesses today, unfortunately, they can't even stay in business that long. 20 years, do we really think they're going to be here for 20 years to fix this damage? And there's so many pictures that Mr. Bulow and everybody else has shown here today that it is out there. No one wants to Google it and look at it because they're trying to avoid the issue. Solar panels are not good. They're the dirty energy. Yes, if you want to have one little one and throw up your bushes and throw the light up on your American flag, I get that. That's totally different. There's a purpose for everything in the world. And if they want money, we'll buy them that way, but not when you put hundreds of acres. And what normal person destroys trees and ground and dirt? There's a new country song out there that says you got to buy dirt. There's no replacement. When those toxics and those things go into the ground, which they will, there is an aquifer underneath that whole system out there, that whole area from like 112th, I think, all the way up to 180th. And it's all over. There's an aquifer, which is your water supply system. And if you Google that, and I did call a lady I started at the Lower Platte South, and she was in like the state geology area. And she says all these little wells out there, people have gotten permits, and they're getting water from that aquifer system. There was another lady at her meeting, and she mentioned that years ago, and I wish I would have asked her what year, the city county wanted to put the dump out there on 148th and Holdridge. And the minute you guys found out about it, I'm sure it was a different crowd years ago, they put a kibosh to it and said, no way. There's an aquifer system down there, that's our water. We're not even gonna think twice about putting something that's toxic on top of it. Why are we here today wasting everybody's valuable time? It's not a good thing. When those cadmiums and those panels break, and they won't fix them, they will leak on. We've already had the erosion issue. They're gonna go down more than 3 feet eventually, because it's not just for a few years, for 20 years, the damage is there. And I can't even get into the animals. The animals, it is very, very sad. We're dealing with raccoons right now in my yard, but that's okay. I'll make that work. I'm not killing them, but I'm certainly not going to put up a panel and destroy them and watch them fry to death. And I know you guys were on our side, and so I appreciate it. You listened. I don't understand the disconnect between you and the board, the county board. There's such a disconnect, and I just don't get it. We're all here in Nebraska, so that's all I had to say, because everybody else already said a really good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other testimony in support? Is there any neutral testimony? And testimony in opposition?
Okay, I have two people on who signed in. Jesse Sturicka, I'm sorry, I don't, Starita, and Lee Greenwald.
Okay, great.
I believe.
Hello there. Good afternoon or evening. I'm Jesse Starita, 3900 South 32nd Place here in Lincoln, 68502. Utmost respect for all of you. You guys have had a really long day, and I so appreciate you listening to everybody, and this is how you conduct democracy, so I really appreciate that. This is, you know, as an opponent up here, being one of two or maybe one of one, obviously it's a hard position. We didn't get shut out today, so I'm feeling good about that. But I heard some folks who are in favor of this talk about, you know, the safety of their families and protecting quality of life, and everybody shares that as a common goal in terms of just being a human being. And I think the transition to renewables is an extremely important part of protecting our quality of life and the safety of our family. And we need to really get serious about transitioning from emitting massive amounts of carbon, which we're still doing in this state. We're doing it around the world. Nobody's doing it perfect. But what I think is important is that this project sends a signal to people in Lincoln, to people in the county, to people in Nebraska, that protecting quality of life and the safety of our family ultimately will be achieved by reducing our emissions of carbon. And so I just ask people to look at that with a long-term view. I know that's not an easy thing to do, and I respect that. So I am against this text amendment. I believe what's proposed in here largely is unreasonable, particularly the 500-foot setback thing. And the reason I say that is that it sends a bad signal. It sends a signal that the county is not interested in developing solar resources, in developing renewables, and I think that's a really dangerous message to send. The other thing I'll say, and I'll close on this, is that there are tangible economic benefits to this project, and please be mindful of that as you weigh your decision today. We're talking about $25 million, estimated $25 million in nameplate capacity tax over the life of this project. That is not insignificant, and that would go to support local services, schools, fire departments, roads, things of that nature. So, to say nothing about jobs, construction jobs, and the full-time, I believe 2 to 4 full-time jobs that would be created by this project. So I have no doubt these are all fine people. I genuinely mean that. My concern is on what are we going to do when we find ourselves in a place, as Mr. Von Bush said, we're going to have to return this to agriculture. We won't be able to return this land to agriculture at the end of this century, maybe in the middle of this century, because it'll be too hot to grow anything because our carbon emissions have gone through the roof. Thank you so much. I'd take any questions.
Thank you.
Lee Greenwald.
Thank you, Commissioners. I am glad to be the caboose on this long day here, and I realize speaking as an opponent to the text amendment, I'm about to make myself the most popular person in this room. But I think it is important to consider all viewpoints. Before I get into my prepared remarks, I would like to submit to the Commission a letter from the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce, authored by Wendy Birdsall, President of the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce, in opposition of this text amendment. The letter will speak for itself, but we agree with its conclusion that this text amendment is overly broad and results in an anti-business regulation. I guess I should start off by saying Lee Greenwald, the Baird Home Law Firm, 1700 Farnham Street, Suite 1500, Omaha, Nebraska. We represent a number of solar developers and solar developers that are interested in Lancaster County. We would like to add the developer's point of view to this discussion. The first item that I would like to address is regulatory certainty. The Lancaster County Board unanimously adopted the current solar regulations as recently as July of 2020. At that time, they would have considered in detail the environmental impact, fire and safety, decommissioning, the restoration of the property that these solar facilities are built upon, screening, setbacks, all of the things that are before the board here, or before the commission here today. And at that time, there was no input from these opponents. Now that there's an application under those regulations, the opponents seek to change them. And frankly, we propose that it's a poor public policy position to allow frequent changes of the regulations in response to opposition to individual applications. It displays regulatory uncertainty and discourages investment in the county when developers can't be certain of the rules by which they will play. And additionally, certain items in this proposal, like the sound monitoring, other issues like that, could be addressed in the special permit hearing or application process. And what you've heard here today is testimony regarding a single solar project, a single special permit, and that testimony should be reserved for that special permit. To overhaul, in what we would argue is a very over-restrictive manner, the entirety of the countywide zoning regulations is not the appropriate way to respond to that testimony. As adopted, those solar regulations happen to be some of the most stringent in Nebraska, and this proposal would make them more restrictive than just about anywhere in the Midwest. It would signal to developers that Lancaster County is not open for the business of solar energy. And in that light, we'd ask you to consider the interaction of these regulations with the city's own. And first of all, the proposal would create a large disparity between the county regulations and the city regulations. And they obviously share a common and ever-changing border. That would create some issues. Secondarily, the proposal contravenes the city's climate action plan, which calls for increased energy efficiency and reduction in carbon emissions. And so we understand, again, that those are city initiatives, but they're closely intertwined with what we do here today. Your staff report does a great job of addressing the substantive proposals, the noise standards, the fire risk, the environmental risk. These are things that are not supported by the evidence. They were considered by the Lincoln Lancaster Health Department to not be supported by the evidence. They ask you to extend a noise standard from wind turbines, a very different technology with very different noise profile. The health department itself did not extend that standard to solar facilities, and so we would ask that you do not do the same. The vegetative screening and surety requirements are extremely burdensome and inconsistent with all similar uses throughout the regulations. What they're asking for, per your staff report, is a screening requirement similar to feedlots, which again was designed not only for visual purposes, but airflow and odor and things like that, things that do not result from solar facilities. So we'd ask you to keep that consistency and perhaps most significantly the 500-foot setback. It is our position that it infringes on personal property rights, and that a landowner who otherwise wants to participate in the project and benefit economically from their land may not be able to do so. And the further you extend that, the more landowners you eliminate. Thank you. And so those landowners should have the opportunity to participate in a legal use of their property, and such a large setback would result in a taking of that private property. I would note, they're telling you that's for health, welfare, general safety of the residents, but they make no distinction in their regulation. They say 500 feet from a property with a residence, 500 feet from a property without one. It's a pretty transparent attempt to chill solar development on the whole, and to do so countywide in response to a particular project. And again, that project can be addressed on a case-by-case basis through the special permit. It doesn't need to be done through countywide zoning regulation text amendment. So in closing, I'd ask you to find in accordance with your staff report, to find in accordance with the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce. I believe you all are also in possession of a letter from John Hansen, president of the Nebraska Farmers Union. I ask you to find in accordance with that as well, and vote today to deny this text amendment and pass it along to the county board. And with that, I would submit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other testimony in opposition? Staff questions. Are there any staff questions?
I actually have a couple. Tom?
Tom?
Okay. So, the text amendment that we adopted in 2020, we have a decommissioning plan in there? Do we? It seems like we have some of this already in there. Help me understand, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's in there.
And then our decimals are at 50 and 60, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then we don't have a fire plan. Do you recall why we didn't require a fire plan?
No, and I actually didn't work on the text amendment.
Right.
The original one, so I don't know.
Okay, okay. And then, okay, sound, landscaping. We did have landscaping requirements, just not as strict as this, correct?
There is a landscaping requirement.
And it's just a little different than what we're looking at today?
Well, yeah, their proposal is to, I think, double the amount of trees.
Okay. And then, okay, the setback is substantial. And, okay, if maybe you guys can remember too, when we looked at those setbacks, 500 versus the 50 and 100, and again, the 300, that was something we did for the wind. So do you recall, or did you do any research on why we picked the 50 to 100? I'm just trying to remember.
I think a few things are getting mixed up here.
Right.
So just recently, like within less than a month,
Mm-hmm.
there was a text amendment to change the setback to non-participating dwellings within a community unit plan.
Mm-hmm.
And that it was approved and set at 300 feet.
Okay.
Now, so the setbacks that are in the code today, if you're outside a community unit plan, would be 100 feet to a non-participating property with a dwelling and 50 feet to non-participating property without a dwelling. Their proposal is to change the 100, well, I think to,
At a 500,
yeah, the
right?
100 and the 50 to 500.
Correct.
Their proposal, I don't believe. Yeah, this proposal would not change the 300 feet in the, well, not clear. That's a little complicated because
Right.
we still have in a separate section of the code where it talks about the 300 feet
Uh-huh.
in a community unit plan.
Okay. And then the other items is the erosion plan and the environmental plan. We don't have any of that in our existing text amendment
Correct.
from 2020?
Correct, we don't.
Okay.
I just wanted to clear up, this would not change the 300 setback for the CUP.
Say that again.
This amendment to try and change the setbacks to 500 feet would not apply to the 300-foot setback in the CUPs that we did a month ago.
And then, do you recall why we picked 100 and with a non-participating dwelling unit versus 300?
I do not. Yeah, I do not.
Or either.
Here comes Steve.
Oh, good.
State your name for the record.
Steve.
Oh, Jennifer Holloway with the County Attorney's Office.
Yeah.
Steve Hendrickson with the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. I think it's important to note that the county board action on the 300-foot setback in the CUP was their way to address their concern that, well, these were properties that were next to a CUP. The CUP was shown as open space. In the county, they weren't going to be allowed to apply for it at all. In the city, you can apply for it. Again, today only dealing with this county text amendment. But the setback otherwise would be 100 feet. And so I think the county board was trying to look at where this wasn't allowed at all, but they felt it was appropriate to allow it. They increased the amount of the setback, you could look at it that way, in order to address, well, this was in a CUP and perhaps people didn't anticipate and thought it was going to be permanent open space. And that circumstance was different than just plain agricultural land zoned AG, where you wasn't a part of the CUP, there's a different expectation. So I don't view this as they were trying to say that people in a CUP would be more impacted than people not in a CUP, so they needed a greater setback. I think it was having to deal with the circumstances of the approval of the CUP. And had it not been for the CUP, the setback was 100 feet.
Okay.
So I think it has to do with the context of if you're in a CUP and in the county it wasn't allowed for you to apply at all, but they were trying to find a way to allow for that application, but they had the greater setback.
And then in the city, on our zoning, what's our setback on that? Do you recall what that is?
Sure, we can get that.
Sorry.
No problem.
I'm just trying to jog my memory, and it's not quite working, of why we picked 100 versus 300.
Well, again, the 300 was simply a creation of the county board to deal with properties that were in a community unit plan. It was not, that number wasn't as part of the staff reports, wasn't part of anything. It was a number that they picked to deal with properties that were in the CUP. It wasn't trying to, so I think you're mixing it, there's some mixing and matching. It wasn't, oh, because of the impact, it should be 300 feet. It was because of the circumstances of the approval.
Perfect. So from our concept then, when we did this based on the research that was done, do you recall why we picked 100?
Yeah, you're looking at what is the impact of the adjacent land use. And so, for instance, when you look at something that, like a racetrack, a motor vehicle racetrack, a lot of noise, a lot of traffic, so you would try to base a setback based on that proposed use. Here, the solar panels don't make sound, they don't have odors. The impact is primarily one in terms of the visual impact. There is some amount of screening that is proposed, but it's very difficult to screen something 100%. But as you would also note, a lot of our screening requirements do not try to have a 100%. You're not going to be able to see it at all, particularly over a large area. But again, so it was trying to address the setbacks in terms of the impact. I'll also note on the question in regards to the fire, the fire wasn't an issue. As we have researched and looked at other solar facilities, the fires that are mentioned are sometimes after a natural disaster has occurred. Particularly the Japan one was after a typhoon hit and damaged the facility and stacked up some of those solar panels. The initial comments were that perhaps that damage helped cause a small fire that was then put out. And then they went about the process of dealing with damage after a natural disaster. Just like if you had a tornado or you had a hurricane or a typhoon, yes, things do get damaged. And I would note that earlier today we had both Chris Schroeder and Pat Bohr, who's with Lincoln Fire and Rescue here, and both of them were reviewed, and we both asked them to specifically address Pat Bohr with Lincoln Fire and Rescue, if this was in the city's jurisdiction, what would be your concern? And in looking at it and looking at the things, he didn't have particular concerns about the concerns that these would be catching on fire and somehow that it would cause some problem that they could not address. And likewise, when Chris Schroeder was looking at this in terms of the damage to the panels and would it cause problems to the human health and all the rest of it, he did not recommend that you change the regulations to address that. His general comment was, yes, if anything catches on fire, you probably should not be inhaling the smoke of that. Rather, it's a solar panel catching on fire, or it's an agricultural building that is filled with agricultural equipment that catches on fire because it has gas-powered motors in the vehicles inside. There are lots of things that catch on fire that, yes, they may have some immediate impact, and then you try to clean up the site afterwards. And so both of those departments, neither one of them recommended approval of this text amendment or that we look at changing our regulations.
Okay. From a code standpoint, do you know if there's a requirement, like say in a building you have a certain place, if you're the fire department you go to if there's a fire in that building? Does this have that also from a permitting process? I mean, not a planning process, but a permitting process that will be dealt with a different department. Do you know?
In other words, does building and safety have some kind of a code requirement? And what was the specific?
Well, as an example, when a building's on fire, there's a certain spot you go to code-wise if you're the fire department showing up at the building. Do you know if a solar farm has that?
No, I'm not aware if they do or not.
That's what I was wondering. Okay.
Your other question on the city setbacks, it's per the district. Whatever the district setbacks are is what the setbacks are. Gotcha. So in the city, the AG setbacks are the same as the county. 100-foot rear yard, 60-foot side, and 50-foot front yard.
Oh, that makes sense. That maybe is also, okay, thank you. Thanks for being patient with me.
No problem.
Just to get it on public record,
when planning looks at developing text amendments, I realize this one wasn't developed by planning, you guys generally compare and contrast between different municipalities, areas. So you would have looked at different rules and regulations in different jurisdictions.
Actually, on this one, I did not.
Well, this one wasn't staff generated, but.
Yeah. But yes, we have done that in the past.
So you would have been, you would have known what was out there for other counties, cities, and whether we're out of line with those.
Yeah. I do know, there's solar projects in several counties throughout the state. Just recently I heard on the news that York just approved one. But I don't know what their regulations are.
And that search would have been out of state as well as in state, looking at different regulations.
Sometimes.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you. Applicant rebuttal?
Thank you, Commissioners. Where do I start? I'll try and keep it short. Did want to respond to some of the comments made by the opponents of this amendment, and I think I represent lots of groups in these situations. And what's frustrating to the clients I represent is that the conversation oftentimes comes back to, this is going to help a large problem, a global problem, an issue of climate change. And to a person, the clients I represent are not opposed to trying to do their part to do that. But what gets lost in this conversation, while persons who oftentimes don't even live here, don't live in the state, we've had testimony from other situations, don't live in the country, testify and say these are necessary to help advance a response to climate change or some issue like that, some environmental issue. What's lost in the conversation is who bears the cost of that? Who has to have the facility that does that next to their yard? Who has to look at it? Who has to bear the risk of fire? Who has to bear the burden of having that next to their property that they've invested every dime they have and plan to keep in their family for generations? Who bears the cost of that? In a condemnation situation, the public would pay for that. They would compensate the landowners who have to who have to bear that burden. But that doesn't happen in these situations. So that's what's lost in these conversations so many times, and it's very frustrating for clients to represent. We talk about, have we compared these regulations to other places? What happens in lots of places is developers prepare these regulations and propose them to county boards. So we start off with an unlevel playing field from the beginning. So if you're comparing it to other places in the state or in the country, that's what happens lots of times. We have looked at other places like California that have more experience with these types of facilities, for instance, with fire protection plans. And I have a copy of one from California that I'd like to make part of the record that is several pages long of what should be considered. Australia, one project in Australia, they have a 110-page fire mitigation plan. So these are not trivial issues that come up in other jurisdictions that have dealt with these more than what we have dealt with in this country or even this state, have looked at these issues and thought it's very important to consider those things. A recurring theme that we hear in all of these discussions are that, we already have the strictest regulations any place around. Well, again, this is new technology. It's fairly new development. And as projects are done, new things are learned and things are made better. Regulations are made stricter, more comprehensive. Perhaps that's why the cell phone tower regulations here are 9 pages long and solar regulations here are 3. Does that make any sense? It's a 3,000-acre project. A cell phone tower takes up, 10 acres? 5 acres? And yet we regulate that so much more than something that we're talking about that takes up a lot of territory. Just a couple things in the staff report. There were comments that the comp plan talks about ag uses and protecting ag uses and preserving the right to farm. This isn't farming, folks. The industry that pushes solar regulation or solar facilities or wind power regulations, they've adopted the language of farming to make it more palatable to folks like us. I come from a farm. This is not farming, okay? This is industrial development. And so all the references in the staff report to preserving the ag posture of the area, it's irrelevant. It's not farming. We talked about the issue of the size of the project. And I just want to read a couple of things from Article 10 on cell tower regulations. And those regulations require the Planning Commission to take into consideration the size of the project in relation to the neighboring land uses. Again, not referencing a particular project here yet, but we're talking about potential projects that are going to be in the hundreds or thousands of acres up against acreages and homes that, like my clients, have invested in. Article 10 says that sites shall be in locations where the existing topography, vegetation, buildings, or other structures provide the greatest amount of screening. Towers will be located with due regard to visibility, aesthetic issues, screened rooftop mounts, and camouflage sites. Due regard must be given to the scale of the facility and the surrounding area and the impact on the location. It goes on and on. That's for cell phone towers. We're talking about a much bigger facility here. And so the setbacks we're asking for, a 500-foot setback, is not unreasonable. Additional screening, these things are very easily complied with. It's not out of line to request those. So with that, it's been a long day for you folks. Thank you again for your time and attention. Do you have any questions for me? I can try to answer.
Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I would move to close the public hearing.
Second, Core.
Carrie?
Ball? Campbell?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
I would move to deny text amendment 21009. If I get a second, I'll explain that.
Second, Core.
The reason that I am recommending that we deny it is the fact that we recommended to the county board that existing CUP should not be put under the issue of having to deal with solar panels in their outlets. And the county board overruled this and changed that. And so my feeling is if we put forth a recommended denial, then I think it's also a recommendation that we could make that the county board should have some of these areas studied before they approve any of the other things. There should be some better research on some of these things. And in as much as we're only advisory, we don't have the authority to demand a study of any type. And so I think it's inherent that we ask the county board to analyze some of these areas that aren't covered in the regulations and to make some decisions before they deal with this amendment.
Other discussion?
These types of issues, whether it's solar power, wind power, they're difficult for Lancaster County because we have, I don't know if it's such a unique situation, but we have a very urban landscape. And so it becomes tough when we want to have things like wind power or, other, I'm not saying that wind power or solar power is ag related, but when we put these types of things in our ag portion of our county, it's not compatible with some of the uses we already have there. And so they're conflicting uses, and I don't know what the right mix is. and we're just advisory. The county board gets to make the decision. So, I agree with Commissioner Campbell in that our previous recommendation to the county board was to exempt existing, outlots and CUPs, and I liked that. I kind of wish that's where they would have gone, but they didn't. So my hands are tied.
Anything else? Yes.
So I'm definitely a proponent of renewable energy. I do think that as residents, right, and as global citizens equally, that we should really understand how we can be better usage of energy. And for several years, I've worked for a utility, and it does pose challenges to our environment, as we all know through studies. So I do think it's an important topic. I think it's something we need to figure out here. But equally, with that said, and unfortunately I was not here for that first one. Oh, for the wind I was, but so unfortunately I wasn't able to hear that. But I do think, based on what was presented, that a lot more research is required. I think several studies, and we don't have the luxury of requiring it or asking for it, but better understanding of what the impact will be to the community is an important thing we need to do before agreeing or approving anything.
I completely appreciate everyone's opinion on this. It's very hard, like you said, and I am a sustainable and renewable support, but I do love my electricity. So there's all challenges with that. The things that I think we really worked hard to try to do is to make sure we dealt with the decommissioning and those kind of concepts. And I think we have a good process in place where we do ask our fire people to look at things. We do have the NRD review. We have a lot of reviews on each individual project, and I don't think right now, I think we got to let our text amendment play out that we did previously and modify it per project as we need to, based on our professionals that we get our advice from and our recommendation from. So I will be supporting denial at this time.
Thank you. I want to add one thing to my comment, and I know that we've heard this several times when the neighbors come forward regarding solar energy. I know it's a sticking point that you guys don't understand why they can't tell you where this power is going, but that's because they don't know who is going to buy the power. So they can't tell you because they don't know who's going to buy it. So it's not that they're trying to mislead you. It's like saying we don't know if LES is going to buy our power or not. And so that's out of their control. And so that... That's part of the problem. Okay.
So with regard to wrapping this up, I will also support the motion for denial in this case. I think that my commissioners have brought up a lot of great points, my fellow commissioners. I'm just, from a legal perspective, I do feel like it was brought up that this is overly broad. It is in response to an actual application. We went through quite a process to review the regulations just over a year ago, and I think that those regulations were vetted as a holistic perspective as opposed to a project perspective. And in this case, we need to go forward with the special permit process that's in place. Jerry.
Okay, this is for the denial of text amendment 21009. Ball?
No.
Campbell?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Joy?
We are voting to deny
The text amendment.
Text amendment. And we're, so.
The recommendation to deny.
Correct. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
David Carey, Director of the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. I just want to make sure we're all clear on it. So the motion was to deny the text amendment. So a vote for yes is to deny.
Or it's the denial.
Of the changes that was put into the text amendment. the requested changes.
Correct. So a yes vote here on this motion is to deny the proposed text amendment.
So not change what we currently have.
Correct.
Okay.
So this is, so I just want to make sure each of you understand that. Because I'm just basing it based on your comments previously, which would have indicated that you would have supported the denial.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay, should I start over?
I think we should just start over just so
Okay.
that we have clarity on that.
Okay, I'll call the roll for denial of text amendment 21009. Ball?
Okay, so yes.
Okay. Campbell?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
And Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
I would move that we adjourn.
Second, Core.
Oh, it's hard to get in front
Okay,
of
Ball?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
I believe I was supposed to.
I was trying to get the